And we're live. Hello, everybody. It's us again with Lake Wonder Violent Delights. This time, it's M doing the streaming technical stuff. So please bear with me. It's my first time, but I got a very good masterclass from Taima, so I'm sure everything will be okay. We are back again to play Monster of the Week in the mysterious town of Lake Wonder, where all conspiracies are true and legends are lurking around every corner. We'll be using Roll20 for the dice and character sheet stuff, and I am joined once again by my lovely players. I am M, I use they them pronouns, and I will be your keeper today. And I would like to do a little circle show and tell where everyone can tell a little bit about themselves and the character they are playing. And I will start at my top left, which is Arby.
Hi, I'm Arb. Am I unmuted? Okay, good. I'm unmuted. Sorry. I'm Arby. I forgot the words. I'm playing Tiff. She's a searcher. I'm sorry. I'm a little out of it.
That's
Tell
fine.
her about
I
it.
made
Tiff.
a mistake yesterday.
He's probably pretty out of it after last time.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
What's the pronouns, Arby?
Oh, I'm she, they, and Tiff is she, her. Yeah.
And
Hey,
Sorry.
Tiff is our resident searcher and chaotic teen with a beautiful, totally a dog, Kepler, to accompany her. And then we have our lovely Fishy.
Yeah, I am Fishy. I use they them pronouns, and I'll be playing Drake Galloway, who uses he him pronouns, and he is the chosen. And he totally did not fuck everything up. No. You're imagining that.
I think we are all imagining that.
Yep.
Ginny.
Hi, I am Ginny, they, them, and she, her pronouns. I played Betty, who used to be a searcher as well, but is now a cryptozoologist these days. And she goes by she, her, and is like very sad girl vibes right now because her boyfriend totally didn't make a deal with a fae to go and stay in a Feywild or anything, and also didn't tell her she didn't matter for anything. Things are great. She's great. It's all fine.
It is all fine. Thank you. And finally we have Taima.
That's me. Hi, I'm Taima. I go by Daydam, and I'm playing Arnold, who is the pararomantic. They haven't met his monster crush just yet. Marlowe, who he spent most of last session trying to get to. He didn't.
Sometimes you just want to have a date or hang out by the lake and the world conspires against you.
Exactly.
Because previously on Violent Delights, we started with Drake having a very disturbing nightmare involving running through the woods, being jumped by a mountain lion, his own mountain lion, then waking up, but finding that he was transforming into a mountain lion himself without wanting to, and seemingly attacking Betty before waking up again. Arnold, meanwhile, was having a bit of a better morning at his job at Sam's Sandwich, the sandwich shop, until he found that the metal dumpster was clawed open, and his new coworker Mac immediately insisted on calling his friends and professionals who could help with this monster and protect everyone. Which led to Drake and Betty making their way to the sandwich shop as well. Tiff had her own ways of finding out because she listened to police scanners. And they all met up at the sandwich shop, did some research, chased away a actual police officer, and then tried to go their separate ways. One group went to further research in the forest, and Arnold tried to head off alone to said hangout at the lake. But they met up again, followed the same path from Drake's dream, and found a mysterious clearing with a perfect circle of fresh green grass. When there was a bunch of monstrous white dogs encircling them and trying to attack them, they could think of nothing else to do but to step into the circle, which transported them to the Fey realm, where they met Akonita, a Fey who was very interested in Drake, telling him that he was the guardian of the gate and was half Fey, and invited him, to put it nicely, to stay there in Fey realm for another 18 years. But it would only be 1 year in mortal time. Not knowing what else to do and being caught up in a moment, Drake said yes, to the dismay and sadness of several of the other party members. But that did get him a nice power up. They went back to Lake Wonder through the portal. But when their phones blew up with lots of missed texts and calls, they realized that the few moments they had spent in the Fey realm translated to a week in real time, which leaves us here. We zoom out a little, watch the scene from a distance. Betty is looking at Drake, tears welling up in her eyes, and before anyone can say something, she turns and runs straight into the woods, straight home. Drake, for a moment, looks like he wants to run after her, but he can't. Retreats into himself, starts texting on his phone. After a while, someone calls, he picks up, has an emotional conversation. Arnold has also retreated into himself, clutching the amulet around his neck, frowning, thinking hard, and slowly sinking to the floor. For a moment, it looked like Tiff was going to run after Betty, but she stops herself. Instead, grabs her notebook and starts scribbling furiously. Before we go to the theme song, Betty, you're running through the woods. It's pitch dark. You're crashing, making a noise. You can't see where you're going. Can you roll your weird move for me to see how well you can tap into your Bigfoot heritage?
Let's see. Oh, alternative rate. There, that's the one. 9.
That's a mixed success. It's pitch dark, and you're running. You instinctively try to grasp at your greater physical capabilities, and you know that you can either slow down and focus on looking in the dark, or you can keep running beyond a human's capabilities. But you'll be running basically blind. What do you do?
Does running blind mean that I don't know which direction I'm going?
You know the direction you're going, but it's going to be hard to see obstacles.
I don't think she has the presence of mind to stop and look. She's so upset. She's crying. I don't think, like, even if the darkness weren't there, she's crying too much to
So
see through it.
tears in her eyes, some of them falling from your face and glistening in the moonlight as you crash through bushes, barrel around trees, and all of a sudden clip your foot against a fallen log and go tumbling.
Oh,
You crash hard. Your palms are grazed. You've got coldness seeping into your knees, and for a moment you're just sobbing in place. Then you can hear footsteps around you, rustling, and it seems that your run has drawn attention.
go away! Leave me alone. I need to. I'd start trying to crawl up and like wince and probably call out when I try and stand on my ankle.
You stand up, wince, and through the bushes you can see flashes of white fur, speckled in red. In front of you, beside you, behind you. You're being surrounded, but for now they're not coming closer. One of the dogs, the hounds, steps up, looks at you, then throws its head back and howls, a resonating, mournful howl. And with that, we are going to the title screen. And we're back. Back in the clearing. Things have started to quiet down, even though the tension is still high. Arnold, you're clutching at your amulet, trying to get in contact with Marlowe, and I would like you to roll for bond abuse.
Boy, here we go. Oh,
You're trying to focus on Marlowe, trying to focus. What kind of thoughts are you trying to send through?
Arnold is so shook by what just happened that I think that when they hear that feel that Marlowe is trying to contact him, he is trying probably to say something about being okay, but it is so quickly overvoiced by his own anxiety, and I wouldn't be, and he probably goes into a sort of panic attack, one that doesn't show a lot for the people who are currently close to him. He just kind of goes completely silent, forgetting to breathe, staring out into the air, and his mind goes blank because there is so many things that suddenly there is nothing at all.
So I think what you feel is you're trying to make a conscious connection, but all that you get is
Yeah.
unconscious connection. And all that slips through is all the things you were trying to hide. Your fear, your worry, your sense of, oh no, what are we going to do? I'm in danger. And the sense of panic and anger on the other side of that connection only increases.
Yeah.
I would like you to mark one relationship status box.
Yep.
And then there is a moment of quiet as Arnold, Tiff, and Drake are collected in the clearing.
So I have a plan. I have a plan that we could do. I have a plan. And it has to I mean, I think it's pretty streamlined. And the words aren't coming out of my mouth. I'm just gonna send it to you guys. and she's going to just text everybody in the group the plan that she had written up. And I will put that in the chat so that you guys can read it. But I could also read it off if you want me to.
Why not both?
Boy.
Oh, okay.
See,
that's why
it's a
not.
lot. I told you.
Because it's pretty long.
Yeah. So if you can find any iron or salt, get it. If not, that's fine. I'm not sure about iron-based alloys like stainless steel, so I don't fucking know. Someone already has the Fade Fire, so we don't need to worry about procuring that. 2, meet me at the alley at 10:30. If none of you are there, I will go alone. I fucking swear I will. And I might get lost for real because I have no clue what I'm doing, which is bad because I always know what I'm doing. 3, I have some ideas for what can be done after we take care of the Rose, and I'll tell you about them later. The issue is I think we need you to do the Rose thing first. We were gone for a week. That's a full week of an infected bear rampaging and God knows what else getting infected too. We should count ourselves lucky if nothing we hold dear has gone missing, so to speak. But I have ideas. I can fix this. I just need to fix it after we take care of the task at hand. 4, the official story for why we were missing is we decided to go on a hike together. Arnold was unwilling, but everyone forced him into it. Tiff got angry at something stupid again and stormed off. When she got lost, so did everyone else. I will take the blame for this one. I have gotten lost exactly like that before, so it is plausible. Do not stray from the story. We don't need the cops investigating any of us. I know we all have things that need to stay secret. Let's keep it that way. Actually, I don't fucking know if Arnold has anything, but whatever. Do not tell anyone who cannot be trusted what actually happened. This could include parents. I don't fucking know. Betty, I don't think you should tell your mom for other reasons. Not yet. We don't have time. Again, the story. Tiff got angry and stormed off. We all got lost. It's an established behavior pattern of mine, so it should work. Yeah,
If
that's
Betty's
the plan.
Betty isn't here.
She has a phone, Arnold.
Yeah, but you spoke to her, so
In the text, it's a text. I texted it to you.
texted
Check
it
your phone.
to-
What?
How do you got my phone number?
Betty? She gives me information. We were friends.
Oh,
Are so we need to do this. We need to get back to town, and we need to we need to get the iron and the salt, and we need to hunt the thing. I think so.
Um.
I'm gonna go. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go. And then she starts walking off.
Drake, do you say something?
I think he's just gonna hey, Tiff. I'm sorry.
Let's not talk about it.
Okay.
Then, in the direction Tiff was planning to go, you hear a sound in the distance.
no.
Wait.
Is that a wolf or a dog? It's not the full moon because the full moon was on the 16th. I planned to go out there. It's not the full moon.
Right.
I think after like a couple seconds after you hear a scream, probably.
Oh
I'm full on fucking running.
yeah.
Like as soon as I take a step, I'm a fucking cougar and I'm running. Like
Drake
But it's just going full out like no.
explodes into a cougar. Tiff takes off running after the mountain lion. Arnold, what do you do?
Having a mental breakdown where I am.
On your own.
On my own, on my ass, on the floor. I have not moved.
Sounds good. Betty, you're surrounded by these dogs. You look back and forth, trying to glimpse all of them at the same time, but they keep circling you. You think there's 4 of them now?
I scream, and then realizing what was said before about how them being surrounding you is bad, I'm going to try and break away and run.
In which direction?
The direction I was going in, I guess. I don't know that I'd have the presence of mind to, like the wolf that is howling and sitting still, right?
It was standing, and after it stopped
Standing
howling,
still.
it started circling again. They haven't
I'm
come
gonna.
closer yet, but it sounds like you're trying to act under pressure.
Yes, which I'm great at. Great choice, this. Should have attacked them, probably. But um, that's valid. That's a mixed success. Yeah.
So, how do you make a break for it? Just
I
run
just I
indiscriminately,
like
or
the wolf howled and I screamed just like the moment I realized like what was going on. I screamed, and then but it's just a short moment because then something in me freezes and I just when the wolf starts howling, I try and make a run for it.
you try and make a run from it in the direction you were already going. And the hound doesn't seem to expect that, and it snaps out in reflex. The four mouth parts peel back. You see the jagged teeth, and it catches you on your ankle. But before it can properly get you, you pull away. So you take one harm, but you're not grappled by the hound. And you're running again. And
Yep.
these hounds.
I think like in running to get him off me, I'll probably sort of what you call it. I'll use my Bigfoot strength and my claws to sort of try and scratch claw that's the word claw. That's the one that is to get it that's bitten me to get it away from me. I don't care if it hits or not, just like
So I think that that jerking
instinctively.
reaction, that knee jerk reaction, is how you get out of it. But if you want to do
Yeah.
that damage, you're gonna have to face them.
No. This is me just sort of instinctively trying to get it away from me and running.
So you're clambering and running now with dogs chasing you. Drake, you're faster than Tiff. You
I would hope so in this form.
you run, you bound to the trees, all your senses are on sharp, and you think you can almost smell Betty, almost get that familiar sense of home. You get to a little dip in the ground where you can see some scattered leaves. Some of the snow is disturbed, and you see a small flash of blood, just a few droplets on the ground, and then footsteps leading away, and dog paws following it. Do you keep running?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
I would like you to roll an act under pressure to see if you can run fast enough to catch up with a running Bigfoot. Half
All
Bigfoot.
right. See. Oh, yeah.
So tell me, how do you find the extra strength to do this?
I think I think in part like he probably recognized the voice of the scream.
Yeah.
And even if he didn't, it's 2 a.m. Betty's not there. They're in the woods. Who else can it be? So he's just full on like adrenaline right now. He is running on nothing but emotion.
So you lengthen your stride, you feel your muscles burning, you feel the air going in and out of your lungs, and for a moment you're very glad you stopped smoking a couple of months ago because you can keep this up longer than you might have in the past. Still, by the time you catch sight of a figure running through the woods, followed by four lower figures, you are straining. Betty is running. There's two dogs to one side, one dog to the other, and one dog kind of fallen back. And Because you had a full success. You can choose how you want to enter this fray.
I'm just gonna like keep running, but like sort of off to the side, and then I'm gonna like I want to go in and like pounce on the last one, like full on cougar mode.
So the last one
Like
that is
I'm
furthest away
hunting.
from Betty,
Yeah, the one that I can get to
you,
more logically.
you could get to all of them.
Okay, I'm gonna get the
It's your
first one then.
choice.
If I can, yeah, if I can get around them, I'm gonna like sort of go off to the side, skirt around the other three, and get the one that's closest to her. Like
Betty, you're running,
just
and all of a sudden you hear more crashing from the woods, and you thought it was 4, but there was 5 before. And just as you
oh
feel more and more hopeless, you hear a crash and a yipping
oh,
sound.
he totally does the whole that cougar that stereotypical cougar screech. He does that. Like that is yes. Right before he hits.
So you hear a cougar screech, and then a yip, and then one of the dogs that was trailing you on the left just gets.
Oh fuck! I just realized he might be infected. Oh gosh.
Oh
Anyway.
fuck! Oh no!
Just
Fuck.
gets smashed to the side, rolling over. Do you keep running, or do you?
Yes. Well, actually, um,
I think you do
I
realize
think
that this is Drake.
yeah, I do, and like I think protective instincts would overcome fear in this moment, and she'd go like Drake and reach out and then see what's happened, and that's probably enough to bring like one of the ones that was close and was like hunting her, one of the other ones close enough, and seeing that Drake is fighting and knowing that he'll take on all three of them if she runs away, she'll like try to sort of tap into that Bigfoot heritage that she now knows she has, that woodland crafter heritage that she now knows she has, and she's gonna try and take one of them.
So roll to kick some ass, Betty.
Yeah, and I get to roll with weird.
Nice.
That's a 9.
So you inflict harm on each other. What is the harm that you do?
Only one, I think.
So how do
Let me
you
see. Where's my gear? Yeah.
how do you try to clobber this dog?
I go for it, and I just sort of grab it, and I think sort of I drive it into a tree or something, like
So you
just
push it back, and it's startled.
just dive. I always dive at it and sort of
Yeah.
try to do that.
It's
Would this count as yeah, whenever you suffer harm when you kick as or protect someone, you suffer 1 harm less. So I do count as having 1 armor.
good, because it seems surprised when you slap it against a tree, and it snarls its mouth wide open and tries to snack you on the arm, and it does. It would do 1 harm, but it doesn't. But the horrible thing is that these jaw segments are a lot more flexible than you expected. So now you've got a dog with razor sharp teeth that's kind of wrapped around your arm and got you grappled basically. Teeth digging into your arm. Drake, you're also attacking one of the dogs. Roll to kick some ass.
Oh yeah, that is a thing I do now. Wait, I've always kicked ass. Never mind.
You kick ass. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, so I got my first advanced success on this since I advanced that move last time.
Hot damn!
Oh
So
my
you
god.
do your harm, and you can choose one of the advanced effects.
Okay. I'm gonna say that my attack drives the enemy away in a route,
So
and
you just tackle
right.
it, get in there, snarling and clawing, and two of the other dogs are on your back to protect their packmate in a second. They do 2 harm to you together, trying
Okay.
to grab onto you with their twisty little mouths, but you're too fast, and with the fur and muscle, they find it hard to get purchase on you, and you smack at them, you slap at them. How much damage do you do?
Uh, okay. So claws would do how much? Like 2 maybe?
Seems legit.
And I also have devastating, which means I do 1 extra harm. So it's 3 harm in my claw
That's
attacks.
3 damage
Yeah.
in total, which I think means that the dog you jumped, you just go in on it. The others try to pull you off it, but you keep going and you keep going. You just see red. You claw at it, and then all of a sudden its throat is right there in front of you. And before you can even think, you snap your head forwards and
Oh.
sink in your teeth. Your mouth is filled with hot blood. The dog whimpers and then stills. And then all of the other ones run away. Even the one that was starting to try and drag Betty away when it hears the whimpers of its fallen comrade. They scamper away into the night in the direction of Lake Wonder. Tiff, you were like only a moment behind Drake, but he just ran off, and it's not fair. He has 4 legs, you have 2. You can probably see in the dark. You're kind of half running, half stumbling, and by the time you get to the commotion, you don't. You just see Betty, a mountain lion with a bloodied snout, and one dog lying on the ground motionless.
Are the other 3 dogs gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Betsy is gasping for breath, but the gasps are probably starting to turn into sobs.
Well, this is just great. Did we leave Arnold behind in the woods at 2 a.m? Did we do that? Shh, I don't know my way back. It's dark out here. I can't see in the dark. Shit. Are you guys okay? Are you guys okay?
I can't. Drake, are you okay? I'm okay. Are you okay, Drake?
Drake shifts back, and like he's still got the whole blood stain around his mouth, and he just spits and tries to wipe it off. Like
Water, we need. Dad, we need water. He did the blood is infected.
Oh shit! You didn't get the thorns in you, did you? Here, tissue, water, fucking
yeah,
take care of it.
I'll
I have a
be.
toothbrush. I carry it.
That'd be
'cause
good.
Is it new? Or-
No, it's the one that I.
actually, fuck it. Just give it.
just
It's fine. It'll be fine.
It's for band. I'm not in band anymore, but it's for band reasons. I carry around a toothbrush for normal reasons. I
Are
mean
you
this
so
seriously.
bad?
What? Yeah, I
Okay.
quit band. I can't soundproof a shed.
Where's Arnold?
He's. Oh shit.
Yeah, we left
Wait,
him behind. We heard him. We heard you.
I kind of.
And
I
I
kind
thought
of
he
know
would fall.
my. Wait. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna make like my little finger light. And, like, yeah, let's maybe we should go back for Arnold. And
Uh,
and
I don't know, Betty. Can you walk? Are you okay to walk?
shit, I
Yeah, I was running. I need to go home. But we need to get Arnold. Yeah.
So, with the thought of
Mm.
heading off alone or leaving anyone alone with these now 3 dogs in the woods, feeling like a rather chilling thought. The 3 of you head back to the clearing. Arnold, how do they find you?
So Arnold still, for a while, he sat there in the clearing, freaking out silently. And then, once he finally got his shit together, which took a couple of minutes, he dragged himself up, brushed himself off, and headed where he was meaning to go all along.
So I
What?
think that this all didn't take very long. It only took a few minutes. So
Yeah.
when you finally get to the clearing, Arnold is just about to exit the clearing in a different direction than you guys did.
Yeah. Walking away.
Arnold, what the fuck? Please don't leave. There are dogs out here. Please, please, please.
Somewhere I need to go. That I was
Oh.
going.
Okay, but we
where-
can't let you go off on your own because Betty went off on her own. Look, look at her. Look at her.
And I won't be alone. But I don't. But I need to be somewhere else.
You hear some crashing further off in the woods. Betty, for a moment it reminds you of the sound the dogs made when you first noticed them. But
They're
it's
coming.
bigger. And where the dogs were kind of circling you and trying to be quiet, this is coming straight for you guys. And it does not care about being quiet.
The circle. We need to get into the circle. I
Arnold,
will pull whoever is in reach of me and start dragging them to the circle.
Arnold turns towards the sound of this. Do I feel any? Do I feel anything in my necklace as I hear this?
Do you want to try and open your brain to the energies around you?
I'm trying to figure out if this is who I think it is. So
And
sure.
I think for that you need to make yourself a little psychically vulnerable.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, shit,
Mixed success. You are once again kind of swept away in the energy of this place, this glade. And it makes it a little harder to focus. But you do get that same hazy sense of familiar fear and familiar anger. And not something new.
something new.
Yeah.
Arnold, as the others start to panic and rush towards it, you see that Arnold, where he looked alarmed for a moment, he then looks very calm, and he begins to walk towards it instead. And he.
No,
you're
what are you doing? What are you doing?
He holds up a hand towards you, like in a sort of like, no, it kind of waves you away almost dismissingly in a way that is very uncharacteristic of him from as far as you know. But he kind of start to like do a half jog and then set off into a run to meet this whatever horrifying thing you can hear halfway.
So you start to jog towards the edge of the clearing, and
Yes.
the rest of you perhaps have an idea of trying to go after him or drag him back, or maybe you don't. But whether you do or not, you don't have time to do anything about it. Because the next moment, something bursts from the tree line. It's a large stag. Or something that's not quite a stag, It's black, and
Mm.
its antlers seem to be moving. The fur looks oily and slick, and it's undulating. You see little points of red light peek from underneath at points and then not at others. It moves its legs, and sometimes it looks like there's a leg too much, and then it melts back into the entire form. And rather than a stag's head, it's got this amalgamated form of mouths opening and closing, jagged teeth, glowing red eyes that move and shift. And you see the antlers aren't actually antlers, but bony, spindly arms, a bony hand on the edge of each prong that's opening and clawing and closing as if in frustration. Its head sweeps low. It looks at you with its many undulating eyes, and then it keeps moving past Arnold and starts to charge the people that are clumped up around the circle.
Wait! Arnold is gonna turn around and attempt, when it charges past him, to like throw himself around the supposed neck of this creature, like arms around it. Oh boy.
Do you have a specific move for this, or am I going to have you roll a, let's say,
I
a manipulate someone or a protect someone?
I believe that this yeah, that's I am trying to affect to convince Marlowe specifically. So I guess in that sense it would be to manipulate someone, or it would be me acting under pressure. It's up to you as the keeper.
So roll a manipulate someone to see how well you emotionally connect in
Okay.
this moment, and if you can snap them out of it.
Yeah, I am gonna try. Oi!
Mm.
So the rest of you, for a moment, this hulking creature is tumbling at you, and then all of a sudden it stops. And it shudders. And you look, and there's Arnold with his arms around this creature, kind of half comforting it, half holding it away from you guys. And it just stands there,
I'm sorry.
flanks
I'm so sorry.
heaving, and still looking at the three of you.
You said
So I would like to use my first encounter move, if that's okay. The cryptid sighting one where I get to ask an investigative mystery question when I see a creature. I would
Go
argue
for
that
it.
this is probably a variant creature.
It's a creature!
I'm
Well
gonna ask
spotted!
Thank you. What sort of creature is it?
Bumbling. I'm sorry. On repeat.
Oh,
This is
So,
like holding
Oh.
to-
Tiff,
yeah.
even in this tense moment where something big is barreling at you, a little part of your mind is going like, ooh, curious. And you find little details.
Mhm.
You see that the undulating sense that his body has is there's strands and tendrils constantly moving and rearranging, and sometimes you can see like an arm starting to form, a hand clutching and then folding back into it, and you get the immediate sense that this creature can change its shape.
Mhm. Okay. So, like, hey, Arnold, is this like a shapeshifter?
Can I? Does this count as physical evidence of a monster? I have a move.
Sure.
It's pretty physical.
You don't have a lot of behavior yet to form a hypothesis around, so not sure if I can get you any more information than what you immediately can witness. But which of the questions would you like?
Well, I
And
need to
roll
roll
plus sharp.
first. Oh,
Oh my
nice.
goodness.
So
But
you can ask.
this is not the place where I want those good rolls, though.
Well, you wanted to roll, so
Yep.
what 2 questions do you want to ask?
What role does this monster play in a local ecosystem? And failing that, what does it eat? But, you know.
It looks like it shouldn't quite belong in an ecosystem.
Interesting.
Especially with how much it's moving, and the antlers are fucking arms.
Yeah.
It looks like it's not something. It doesn't feel like the form of an animal that makes sense. It feels like something pulled together.
Pulled together, interesting. Can I sit on the second question for a little bit?
Yeah. And as you are all standing there, frozen, from the ruff of the neck of the elk, some arms peel away and they start to feel at Arnold's face and pat at his shoulders, and the elk kind of falls in on itself and starts to shrink, and then it's suddenly quite fast, and the shape kind of shudders and changes until there's not a big hulking beast standing in front of Arnold, but a person. Tall, quite broad, androgynous looking, with longish, sleek black hair, and is just holding Arnold's face and then hugging him and kind of crying, wearing a rather muddy and wet summer dress and bare feet.
Arnold sorta goes from, the distress, the repetitive sorry, to sorta sobbing as well, and mumbling in a way that would be incoherent for anyone listening normally, as he's babbling about what just happened, but there seem, from anyone looking closely anyway, like there is some kind of connection that they just understand each other in this moment, even though there is a lot of words that are either not said out loud or not said in a way that makes sense by just listening.
And the person seems to understand what's being said, is talking in advance. I was so worried. And you were gone. And there's things in the forest.
No, I just have learned about them, and I were going out here and I were trying to get to you, and then everything just happened. Everything just happened so much, and suddenly they were surrounding us, and we were in that circle, and then we were in another place, and I've never been there, and then I couldn't feel you anymore.
And you see that in this person that you suspect is Marlowe, but don't know the name of yet, there's a tenderness when they look down at Arnold. And then they look over to the 3 of you, and they've got dark eyes that are just narrowed icily at you.
Hey,
Who are you?
Arnold.
What did
Arnold,
you do?
we didn't do anything. Arnold, you didn't tell us you were dating someone. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Betty. And I
And
want to
Arnold goes
start
red.
walking in that direction, sort of holding out my hand.
when you say I'm Betty, the arrows their eyes narrow even further. Betty.
She's not Betty. I'm Betty.
This-
I'm Betty. That's Tiff. I'm Betty.
Stop it! That's nonsense. Hi, nice
No,
to meet
it's not nonsense. I'm Betty. Nice to meet you.
They are not.
What are you doing? Come on.
Just let me do what I can. I'm Betty. Nice to meet you.
They look at both your hands and then at Arnold. It's like, who is Betty?
I'm Betty.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Mhm.
Arnold.
Which one?
That's Betty and this is Tiff. They are friends from school.
Friends.
You're
And
okay.
they kind of stalk towards you, Betty, and poke at you with a finger. I know about you. You are not friend. You break things.
Not on purpose. It wasn't on purpose. I told you it wasn't on purpose. He
That's
just
why
ran
it's-
into me.
That's
Um,
what I was saying.
Is it
I
figured.
figured.
Is it about the glasses? Cause like
Yes.
I super didn't mean to, and like is
And you.
does
And
does
they point
Arnold
at
need to?
Drake.
Oh,
That's Drake.
Why does he have blood?
bit of dog. I
He-
think I wasn't there.
Yeah,
I can
there
put things
was.
together. I have a 3 sharp, as we say in the business.
It's because of the ones that were running around, the creatures in the forest.
Yes. Yes. They don't. They did not. They did. They did not take you.
Huh?
You did not take him.
How do you
Are you-
mean take him?
What are you talking about? Are you talking about the dogs or the Fae? Because
You were gone. For
for a week, yeah.
yeah.
We
I
were gone
Yeah.
for a week.
Yeah. Did you not check your phone, Betty?
A week?
Yeah, a week, a full week. I missed so many exams. My college professors are going to kill me.
Oh no!
Uh, Betty, I cannot hear you.
Just-
See, you are cutting
Oh.
out a lot.
Yeah, you're cutting out. I
Oh
can hear you.
no!
You want
I
the
think
right
it's just
microphone?
your microphone can't handle the enthusiasm.
You're cutting out more than normal, though.
Is it better now?
Yes,
Yes.
a lot.
Mhm.
Huh. Anyway,
it's louder
so
now.
It is.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah,
gonna
we were gone for a week, and it's like 2 in the morning. Did you not check your phone?
I mean,
Also, I need a clarification on what you meant by they didn't take him because I need to. Are you talking about Faye? Are you talking about the dogs? Are you talking about something else? What the fuck is going on? I don't know what's happening.
I
I don't know
was
anything that's happening.
talking about you. Arnold was in danger, and you were here. I was going to fix the danger, but then he stopped me. But
We
you are
tried to
not the
save him.
danger.
We tried
no,
to
no,
save
no.
him.
They are. I
Okay.
was just panicking.
Yes.
They haven't done anything. I'm so sorry.
Okay. No,
Uh,
you will go home. You will go home and be safe.
Um,
With all due respect, whatever your name is, I don't think you get to call the shots for Arnold.
Marlowe.
Marla,
Hi, Marlo. Nice to meet you.
it's nice to meet you, but I still don't think you get to call the shots for Arnold.
Arnold is nervously looking from one person to the other at this point, and he's like,
I am not calling shots, as you say. I am just telling him
Telling him
to
what
go
to do?
home and
Telling him what to do?
Tiff,
That's-
stop it.
No.
Tiff, please don't.
You know what? I don't have time for this. I'm heading back to town and I'm getting fucking iron.
Yes, go to town, go back behind police, and stay.
No,
Yes.
I'm not interacting with the police. No fucking
Marlo,
way.
No, it is good. If you go back in town, the police will keep you stay. It's good.
No, no.
that's only
If
what
he
they do
doesn't
in
mean you.
movies.
Well, Arnold doesn't need the police up in his business
Oh,
either.
Tiff,
No, it
please,
was.
let me.
There's things running around the wood, and they are bad, and they try to tell me what to do, but they don't come in the lake. And people came in, and then the people got hurt. So the police make people stay out of the woods. So go out of the woods, go behind the police, and stay out. It's dangerous.
Did they try to get to you? Are
I
you okay?
can I can just hear them, but not in the lake. It's quiet in the lake. But I don't
What-
want to go with them. And I can't
Okay,
I can I can't protect you. So go home.
that's okay.
So they can
Marlo,
stay. You go home. Please.
no, there is, we, the dogs are acting like that because of a virus, like in that one movie we watched. Remember the
I
movie?
know. I can hear it. And the
I
big
know,
one too.
the big one.
Yes. But they
Ah,
don't go in the lake, so you cannot go in the lake. You go home. It's not safe
eh,
in the forest.
but then I would be away from you, and I don't want that either.
Well, it's dying. It will die by itself. It's fine. Don't need
If
don't need you
dying,
to fix it.
how do you mean it's dying?
It's can't you hear it? Dying?
No, wait, can I? He furrows his brows a little bit, and I guess I'm gonna try to hear it.
You
Yeesh.
do get the idea that the last time you tuned into the flowers, what
Yeah.
you guessed what in hindsight was the thorns. They were close to you.
Oh.
So if you try to do that again, not knowing where they are, you're gonna have to cast a wide net, and I'm gonna have to give you a -1 to try
Okay,
that.
okay, okay, I gotcha. Okay, in that case, the Arnold thinks for a bit. I heard them once, I think, but um, there's this thing we learned that if we find where the root of the thorns, the flower is, there is these flowers that are growing, and they have but it has a root in a place, and if it's removed, it will go away from everything.
Okay. Well, someone else do that. You go home. I I can't go close. I can't help. And you're soft.
Yeah, I know.
I protect you. That's what that's that's the deal. So you go home and let it die. Let someone else fix it. But you go home. And they point at Tiff. They can fix it.
Arnold looks very unsure suddenly. Oh boy.
Me? Unsure of me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're loud, and smart.
Okay.
I mean, it's true.
I do not know that one. And they point at Drake. Seems quiet and sad.
Strong.
Yeah,
I
he fucked up recently.
don't know if he seems strong.
He's very strong. He fucked up recently, which is probably why he's sad. And she looks very pointedly at Drake.
I Arnold picks like his the bag from his shoulder and pulls out a little doggy bag ish, one of those little brown bags for when you and careful and like hands it over to Marlowe after a while. Like I don't know if going to the whatever that strange place was turned back did anything to it, but I did bring the sandwiches I promised.
And this person, Marlowe, who you've seen being both angry, scared, and sad, now suddenly their entire face lights up with happiness. Sandwiches! And they look in and they sniff. Mmm, yes. I mean, thank you. But you still go home?
I don't know if I can just run home after all of this. I want to help.
I want to go home now.
Yes. Go with Betty. Betty is correct now in this time. Betty knows she is weak. Betty knows she cannot help. Betty knows.
You!
Hold on just a damn minute here.
You shut your damn mouth!
It's okay.
Sorry?
I just
No, it's not.
Betty said she wants to go home.
That doesn't mean
I'm
she's
just.
weak.
That does not make her weak.
I am just agreeing that. I am
Marlo is
agreeing.
just trying. Marlo is just trying to help and to keep us safe.
Okay.
So okay, Betty
Okay.
is not weak. Betty wants to not fight and go home and be safe, and that is better. You also go home and be safe with Betty, and I go back to the lake, and we just wait, and it all goes away. There's there's people all around, and they have there's people and things, and some of the people have it in their minds as well, and they are all around the lake, and they are going off to the three boulder path. And
Hold on.
Drake, when they say that,
Mhm.
something sticks in your mind. You don't know any path called the three boulder path. You're boulder path. You're not a big hiker. You don't. You're not that familiar with the forest. But you do remember a couple of weeks ago, sitting in a car, heading out towards a mysterious spider plague. And you came past a path that had three boulders. You remember it because Lacey was explaining how it got the name and that the boulders weren't actually naturally occurring there but were placed there.
Hmm.
It kind of sticks in your mind.
Hmm. Yeah, I think Drake just sort of makes a mental note and just he actually realizes just how tired he is in this moment from everything. And so, no, maybe for now we should go home, at least get a few hours of sleep, and then maybe when we're rested and can maybe form a coherent thought.
Go home, stay in town. And Drake, you kind of put your hands in your pockets and you remember that before everything went down and you left the portal, Akonita did give you a way of tracking the thorns. And you take it out of your pocket.
Oh,
And it's a little
yeah.
flask. And there's a single piece of plant in there.
Hmm.
A little thorny branch, but it's green and alive. And it's got a little flower. Not a commercial
Hmm.
rose, but a wild rose, smaller, more subtle, with a deep pink, the color of
Hmm.
fresh meat.
That's
And as you turn the flask, the rose kind of spins and then shifts, and the flower is pointing at the same direction as you move it around.
oh, that is cool. Okay, so we have our way of finding it, but
Yes.
I still think we need to just.
Go to town, and the police will keep you in town.
The police aren't gonna do shit. Let me tell you that right now.
Well, the police are
Trust me.
all along the edge of the forest, and they will keep you safe.
Are you
No.
going to be
No, they
okay
won't.
in here?
They actually have no legal obligation to do so. Sorry,
Oh.
Betty, you were talking. I sorry.
Are you going to be okay in here?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes. I go in the lake. It's quiet in the lake.
The police are around the entire forest.
Yes, yes. People went into the forest to hunt, and then it went not good, and they
What, like
said it
Wait,
was dangerous, and then they kept people out. So that's good. So it will be safe when you all go out.
wait.
That's,
Lake Wonder
that's
has
not.
like 5 cops.
yeah, where did they get
Like how?
They
I don't
must
know.
have they must have pulled in more force, but that's
It was
not
very
a
loud.
good.
they pulling cops from the city? Is it the FBI or the feds here?
What is?
Uh,
No,
Probably
saw-
rangers or
Mhm.
state.
They
Oh, no.
I did not see suit people.
It's really, really bad if the feds are here at any capacity.
I know.
Yeah, I think we all know.
No,
Yes,
no, no. If
all the
they,
films, all the movies say the feds are very scary.
They are in real life too.
Oh
if
no,
they find no, I mean if they
no, it's the police and the people in the cars in the forest, the rangers. They are working
ranger.
together, and they were sad
okay.
when they got lost in the forest. They are walking around there somewhere, but I can't come close because it will try to tell me what to do. So just go out
I
and wait until everything dies. Simple.
I
Mm.
the thing is that it won't just die. The more it's hurting, the more it spreads. That's the thing.
Yes,
And
and
then it will
it's
begin to infect people like humans like us. And I
yes,
Humans
don't
are
know,
an animal.
we will not be safe out there either.
it's okay. The people that are infected are walking around in the forest
No,
and
it's not okay.
not not infecting others. They're just going to walk around until everything dies. You
No, nothing's just gonna go away. We have to do something to stop it, okay? It's nothing just goes away.
Oh, Marlo, that might take forever. We don't live. I don't have that much time.
I cannot
Maybe
help. I have to hide, or it will tell me what to do.
Hey, I do not mean this in a rude way. So, like, kick me in the head if it comes out that way. Do you
I would
count
cut
as
her
an
in the head.
animal? Kick me in the head. Do you count as an animal?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
humans are animals.
Humans, humans are.
I think we are more animals.
I
But
don't
Arnold,
know.
Arnold,
It's
do you know like what he is? Hey,
It's
what are your
just
pronouns?
bad. Look,
I take their hand.
Okay.
no, look, with all you close-minded people and animals, it has to touch, but it doesn't have to touch me. They just have to yell, and they try to get me when they come close. So I hide in the lake, and I try to get you now, but I cannot come with you. I cannot help. So just
Okay.
go and be safe.
Then
Betty wants to hide. Betty, listen to Betty.
Molo, look at me. I think that. Okay, so we know how to destroy this thing. Okay, and and maybe it's my turn to help you. You helped me a lot. Wait, maybe can I please?
But I don't like it.
He stands still for a moment and sort of feeling like he isn't sure what to quite do, and then he just hugs them again and says, I know, and it's really scary.
Okay,
I but I don't want it to hurt you, and I don't want the risk that it will spread all around the lake so that you are trapped in there. Because then how will I see you?
I
And how
I can come live with you. No, I need to go to the lake to eat. I,
we'll
but
fix this?
it will just be you.
No, I looks to the others. And you're muted.
We won't let him go alone.
Well, you will.
No, not if they're going to fight the things. Then I gotta go with.
So
I
you will
want
be
to go
together.
home, but not. Yeah.
We are not going to be able to go back home to rest because the cops are not going to let us back in. But maybe the shed is. Have they been there to the hideout?
I don't think so. They don't like the lake. They are looking for something in the forest.
We
Do you know what or where?
just.
I don't know. Something to eat.
Yeah, they are hungry. They were very hungry. I could feel like a hunger from them.
What do they eat?
I'm not sure. I think they.
So what you guys remember Akonita saying is they fed on a specific kind of natural energy that occurred in the Fae
Oh, okay.
place. You don't really think
Oh,
there's
right.
other Fae places here, but perhaps
Mm.
there's a source of natural energy that could be slightly similar.
Oh God, and tell me you didn't.
Oh.
And tell me you didn't.
Oh,
Oh God.
Coming for the forest spirit again.
So what? Like New Greg? No. Yeah, New Greg.
Knew what?
He was a forest guardian here, back when the elves lived here.
What?
I do
Yeah.
not
Who?
know elves.
Okay. It was a really, really long time ago.
Can we,
uh,
Marla, can we
What do
go,
you need?
please,
You
to.
need. What did you say? And they look at you, Tiff.
Uh, iron and salt, and Drake has Fey fire, I guess, so we don't need to.
And as you say iron
Yeah.
and salt, you feel a little tug at your pant leg,
What? What's up?
and you look
Kepler?
down, and it's Kepler tugging at your pant leg
Hey.
with his little hand.
Hey, what's up?
Oh.
What you doing? What are you doing?
And he signals that he wants to be picked up.
Yeah, she picks him up.
You pick him up,
Yeah.
and he looks in your eyes more serious than you've ever seen him about something other than cheese. And he takes his little hand and he kind of pats his chest, and then he points in the direction of Lake Wonder, and he nods his head.
You? Are you you're not going to get caught? Are you sure? Are you sure?
And he kind of focuses, and then with his little ratty hands.
Would
With
I like?
rat permission.
Betty knew she was going to go searching for something supernatural when she came. And she's certainly been in contact with Lucky and Robin enough that she'd probably know about salt, especially because we used it against the grudge monster.
Yeah.
Would she have like had the presence of mind to take some to have some salt in her backpack?
Ooh, interesting. Let's
We have
roll
so many
a
salt
plus
jokes.
sharp to see how well prepared you were.
That's a mixed.
8. So no iron, but I say you definitely got a small bag of salt.
Well,
Or no, not a small bag. You know, you've got one of those cylinders, just
I was
cylinder of
thinking
cooking
she-
salt.
Yes, I was thinking she'd
Around
raided her
podcast.
mom's pantry.
Yeah.
It's for sure
but,
cooking salt. That yeah.
Can we go to the hideout, just sit down and talk through what we need to do? It seemed like
I've-
it might be
I
safer
think
there.
I've got salt.
since we can't go into town, our plan is very obsolete now. So I think we need a new plan. And if we don't have a plan, then things are going to go wrong. And things can't go wrong. And she,
Let's
And
go.
you
Let's
feel
go.
the entire time she's saying that, she's like undoing his collar and bandana.
and Kepler puts his tiny red hand on your shoulder and pats.
Oh,
Aw.
Yeah, okay.
And then he
Uh,
wriggles that he wants to be let down.
Okay. Come back safe, okay? And she kisses him on the cheek and sets him down.
And
just
he gives
Iron.
you a
I've got
little
salt.
ratty kisses on your cheek. And then he turns to look at Betty, gives you a nod, and then skitters off into the darkness.
He's cute.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the rest of you start heading towards the lake, which is kind of sideways to the way that the dogs are had left. So still not great walking through the dark, through the forest, kind of like eyes peeled for every little sound. But at the
I want to
same
be.
time,
Sorry. I want to make sure I'm exactly on the other side of Arnold and Tiff from where Drake is, partially because I want to sort of avoid Drake a little bit, but also because I know that Arnold and Tiff are probably not the most like capable of defending themselves, and Drake and I are.
I'll have you know that Tip is very prepared to defend.
Yes, I'm sure she is.
Wow.
But Betsy sees a normal human person and knows that she's half Bigfoot and can probably take a hit slightly better.
Arnold is just walking, and the funny thing is that despite it being completely dark out here, any time that we hear something that sounds like it could be a dog, like a howling from far away or things like that, then Arnold get a little skittish. But that aside, it almost feels like he knows this path, as if he's maybe been out in the forest much more than you would expect, at the very least. And he's keeping close to Marlowe and not really looking at any of you.
Arnold is definitely being shadowed by Marlowe. And Drake, as you walk, you look at the little flask with the flower in it. And as you walk away from the clearing, you see the flower is pointed roughly backwards. Triangulating it in your head, it's pointed at the caverns that are dotted around Lake Wonder countryside. And as you get farther away, you notice that it had been glowing ever so slightly earlier, and it's glowing less now. So this gives you the sense that not only does this give you a direction, it also gives you an intensity based on how close the thorns are. So you have a directional tracker that also gives you distance.
Okay.
Little question. This could be a natural position for a little break. Or we could go on for half an hour and do a break then. What do you prefer?
We can take
Personally,
a
I'd
little
like
bit of a break.
to keep going, but if everybody else wants to take a break, I'm cool with it.
I didn't hear you, Taima.
Oh, I said I could take a little bit of a break now since it's coming, since it feels fairly natural, especially if next scene will be us reaching destination.
So we'll do a little 10-minute break this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. Thanks for being in with us so far. We will be back in 10 minutes. Just
Thank
as
you.
soon as I figure this out. Okay, I think this should work. Bye.
And mute us.
it.
And they just hurt you.
Well,
And we're back from break. I was looking for the correct buttons. I see that all the sound is working again. Before the break, our intrepid adventurers were in the clearing, trying to run away from the clearing, getting cornered by dogs, killing a dog. It was an evil dog, so that's fine. And
bad dog.
meeting Arnold's dear friend Marlowe, who is a bit of a creature. Try to convince you all to just go back to town and stay there. In the process, revealing that there's police trying to keep people out of the forest, and possibly whatever dangerous is walking there in the forest. Convincing them that you are able to take this, or at least able to try. Kepler volunteered for a little iron finding mission, got Tiff's blessing, and all of you are walking together to Arnold's shed. And this
Oh,
shed by the lake is probably way less ominous than a cabin in the woods, so.
I heard love. I heard Shack, and my brain would love Shack.
oh no.
The whole shit.
It's a
Don't
shed.
say that. Don't say that Arnold would die. But no.
So it's a
So-
quiet, tense walk. But after a while, you do get to a trail, and there's a bit more light. The moon is not quite new
What?
yet. It's not a very big moon, but there is some light coming from the sky. And what do they see when they get close to this shed?
Right? Yeah, so there is this small, long abandoned, tiny little fishing shed. It looks like it's been that is like pretty run down and abandoned, but as if someone's has been maybe nurturing it a little bit for the last couple of months. You can see that in the small window that they had there is some papers, like folded paper stars and origami pieces hanging and little knickknacks that looks like um things that might have been found in the lake or in the forest, hanging in little threads that kind of clink together. Uh, it's like, oh, what are they called? We you I forget what they are called. You know those little things that you hang up and the wind blows and then it makes like a melody thingy.
Yes,
chimes.
wind chimes.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
So there would definitely be wind chimes, and there is a bunch of other trinkets hanging around that kind of play alongside the wind chimes. You can see something that looks like, oh, a piece of a horn from an elk probably that has been found and picked up, and all kinds of little things really.
And
And
around the side of the shed is also a slightly less aesthetically pleasing pile of
yeah,
a slimy car tire, some metal
uh-huh.
wreckage, a piece that might have once been from a boat. The things that look like they've been dredged from the bottom of a lake.
Yeah, there is a lot of things that has been from the lake in various states, probably because I imagine that there is some of them you can see have been cleaned up, and then there's like things like almost in a line as if they are waiting to be used for something, and others that are used like in a nice pile or less nice pile depending on who you're asking. But it's all it looks like a bit of a little treasure hoard of a very in a sense. And as Arnold opened the door a little bit hesitant, you can tell that this is like a pretty private space, something that these two have been sharing for a while. But he opens and awkwardly, after getting confirmation from Marlo, gestures like, yeah, okay. And you can see there's like pillows and shit. Like it looks, you can tell that Arnold must have little at a time been dragging things from town and all the way out through the woods and up to the lake and to this place. Blankets, and there is some clothes, most not folded as they should be. Maybe some of them are. I think you know who is it the one who's holding them.
And right before
Yeah.
the rest of you go in, Marlo kind of sneaks to the front and quickly throws a bit of fabric, like piece of blanket, over something that's standing leaning in the corner. And you can just see that it's about 1.5 meters high, and it looks like it might be a broom or something. You can just see, like, it's tented over the top of a stick, and then just
What is
turns
that?
around and stands in front of it. You
What
don't
what is that?
recognize it, Arnold.
Arnold looks a little, glances at it a little bit questioning, and then then he looks at Marlo. You found something new?
Mm, It's nothing.
Oh,
It's fine.
um,
It's a stick.
Can I?
he looks a little bit confused, and then
And Marlo steps back and lets Tiff at it.
Yes. She takes a look.
You take the sheet off, and
Yeah.
it's a sledgehammer.
Oh my goodness! This is so fucking. You found this in the lake?
No, there's some construction. I was when you didn't come after a few days. I wanted to be able to protect you better, so I went. And I know you said not to take things that were from people, but there wasn't anyone there then, so
Oh my god, this is perfect because I need to test something. Drake. I need, do you know if you're vulnerable to iron?
Uh,
what?
actually, no, I'm not. Lucky did this whole thing a
Okay,
while
never mind
back.
then.
Yeah,
What are you?
Wasn't that silver though?
that too,
Anyway,
and
it's
holy water, and just
everyone
Wait,
talking about.
Lucky, that's your cousin that got arrested at the school, right? Buddy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, okay. Anyway, the point of this was, sledgehammers are usually made of like steel, which is a carbon. It's like an iron carbon alloy, and I wanted to know how
I don't
gonna
think
hit me
iron
and see
iron
if
has
it
to be.
hurt.
I don't think I should hit people.
No, not to hit him, just to touch him with it.
What? No, don't do this.
It would have been with his permission. I wouldn't have done it without his permission. I'm not a monster.
You can touch it
Anyway,
if you want, but not take
Well,
it.
look,
It's
if he's
fine.
not weak to iron, then there's no point in testing it
uh,
on
you,
him.
Didn't you want a plan?
Yeah, but the steel was important to the plan, and there is no plan anymore.
Sorry.
So
And they turn around and they grab a book from a pile and they shove it in your hands.
what?
And
What is it?
it's a picture book about rainforest. And say,
Uh,
look at this and you'll feel
I'm not
calmer.
a I'm not a I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby.
You don't have to be a baby to like it.
I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it.
Okay.
I'm going
Well,
to.
it's too good for you anyway, and I'll keep it. And they
Okay.
put it back.
oh my.
So
It's got very good pictures. Just
okay, see
so you know.
original plan. Iron. Kepler's getting the iron. Betty has salt. Uh,
um,
everyone's together, so that's good.
We should
We
rest.
have the excuse. I can't rest.
Tiff.
I have to plan. Well, it's Mrs. Lewis and Gonna, so that point's moot.
It
I have nothing.
was
I have nothing.
like it's 2 o'clock now, but it was morning when you got into the circle, so
Uh,
it would probably be hard for you to fall asleep.
It's
You're
more a
jet
case of
lagged.
sitting down.
I have
It's
nothing.
just an exhausting situation, sort of
I'm
thing.
gonna sit in a corner and I'm going to send a text to Lucky.
Well, we have to wait for the Kepler to get back.
No,
anyway.
this is not
know.
me saying this.
No, this is Marlowe's. This is Marlowe
Ah.
talking to everyone as they're talking, but I will get back to that.
Yeah.
So
The Kepler.
rest. We
Oh,
The
can.
no.
dog. My dog.
Yes.
The rat.
Will
Dog.
dog. I haven't seen a dog like that before, but I haven't seen a lot of dogs. So
Please don't fight me on this. He's a.
okay, he's a dog.
I don't think
I'm gonna step outside.
I think he's a very pretty dog.
Tip goes
Tiff steps outside.
She's like pacing and scribbling in the notebook at the same time, and like keeps tripping over her own feet. It's a whole mess.
Marlowe sits down next to Arnold. Kind of deflates.
Yeah. Arnold kinda. As I say, he looks exhausted. And the more everyone start talking and talking in the mouth of each other, the more Tiff start babbling and stressing and spiraling, the more he looks exhausted. And
So-
now that, yeah.
As all of you wait for Kepler to return so that you know exactly what you can work with, everyone has a moment to just quiet down and take a bit of a breath, take a bit of a moment that you probably haven't been able to since you saw the first dog in that clearing.
I would like to use my special move.
Go for it.
I would like to have a bonding time with my guide, which is a thing. Yay! Basically, when I spend quality time with my guide instead of specifically working on the mystery. I think that Arnold, like, off when all of this happens, and then eventually kind of nudges at Marlowe again and reminds them that they have sandwiches.
So in the corner, Marlowe and Arnold start snacking on sandwiches and
We have a little picnic.
have a little bit of a talk and kind of rudely ignore the rest of you, or perhaps that's something you don't mind at this point. Roll for it, please.
I did.
You only copied the move. Oh, it's above it. A mixed
Yes.
success.
Yes, so I hold one.
Which one do you want to do?
Let's see. Spend your hold 1 for 1 to do one of these things. I am going to hold on to my hold for now.
Sounds good.
And then I'll figure out what I use it for later.
Yes. So, Betty, you send a text to Lucky. You
I sent them like, Lucky, stuff happens. Happened. Call me ASAP. And can you and Robin get everything you can on Faye? Everything, please. Also, don't tell Mom. Not yet. We need to do stuff first. We went to the Fae and they apparently infected wolves in our world. We know how to solve it though, but after that there's other stuff. We'll tell you on the phone. But please give us a day before telling Mom I'm back. I didn't know it was a week. I swear I didn't. It was like an hour, which is very rambly and probably very nonsensical, but you know.
you know.
Emotions.
So, for time, we aren't going to play everything out word for word, but Lucky does call you back suspiciously quickly and they mentioned that they talked to Robin, and Robin talked to Drake. And is there any specific things you want to ask that they could have information on?
I think she just at this point generally wants everything they have on the Fae, and especially what that world is like and what like deals with the Fae are like, that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna need to get you to prioritize.
Betty
Because
is going to basically
okay, let
Betty
me be
doesn't
clear.
want anything for the current mystery. She just wants like general info, and it can take, and she'll mention that it can take a week or something. That
Oh,
the deadline is with
so
she
you
it's
get
not to do with the dogs, it's to do with the other stuff.
yes, because Lucky will say, okay. So we started looking a little bit, and Robin talked to it a little bit, and well, the key for deals is in the details. So the words used, um, not a lot of information yet, but the general gist seems to be that the simpler it is, the more wiggle room you have in how to do it, but the harder it is to break completely. While the more complicated stuff,
It's not about breaking the deal though, it's more about like, because
I'm just saying
it's
what Robin
more,
told me. Sorry,
yeah,
sorry, it's late.
sorry.
We'll keep looking. We'll keep looking.
Yeah, just anything you can find on the Feywild, and what it's like being there, and maybe living there and stuff.
There's a lot of conflicting information. I like don't like not having hard data. It's all. We'll keep looking. And after a while, you hang up. Drake,
Mhm.
what do you do? You're kind of left to your
Think
own devices in this little shed.
think Drake's gonna just sort of sit in silence for a while before finally, getting up the nerve to go walk over to Betty. And probably after the whole phone call and all, but because she's on the phone, I'm not gonna be rude again, and just gonna sort of walk over, kind of, hey, Bet, can we talk, please?
Not like I matter.
Uh, Look, you do. I said some shit I didn't mean. Okay, I was making excuses, and I'm sorry.
You you said there was nothing keeping you there. That's not.
I was.
I just.
I know that was
I,
stupid. I was making excuses. I can't. That's not it. Okay, I
you just
promise.
you just
That's
left
not how
like nothing, like no one mattered, like no one cares about you, like you care about no one apparently, and like
That's. Look, I do care. I promise. I just got. I don't know. Just the idea of. Just all of that. The idea of losing my. What makes me special just scared me. Okay, and I did a
fuck
dumb thing.
that.
I know, but
I don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do with you, and I'm just
I know.
no. I just Drake, you just you just did you just made that deal.
I know. I,
You didn't talk. You didn't like think. You just tossed everyone aside, including me. What?
yeah, I
I
know.
thought
I
I
just.
mattered, but I guess not.
I know. I promise you do. I was just blinded in the moment, and it was stupid.
Well, that's
Okay,
what mattered. That's the
I
moment where you find out, isn't it?
I'm, I can't argue with that. Maybe you're right, but part of me actually wanted to go, to learn, to find out what
You
I
could
really
have
am.
talked. It's not that hard. Just say, "Hey, Beth, I'm thinking about doing it. What do you think?"
Yeah, I should have. I know.
Yeah, you should have. You wouldn't be stuck with such a shitty deal if you had.
Well, I know. And one way or another, I'm gonna have to
I just want to go home. I
take the
want to hug my
consequences.
mom. I want to hug my dad. I just want to. But we have to fucking. We have to get rid of the things first. And
Yeah, if it helps, I know I have a pretty good idea where the source is, but
we'll
I've been
take care of the stuff. That's
following the and
we
yeah.
better. You gave up your fucking life for it.
Well, I mean, Robin seems to think there might be a way out, or they seem to think that should worse come to worse, that we can take the Fae. So that's something, right?
It's, why do you want to fight them? You made a deal with them.
I don't want to fight. Like I didn't know what I wanted. Okay, like I want to go and I want to learn, but I don't want to lose everything, and I've got a choice I've got to make. Okay,
Well,
and
you
it's
were
not.
pretty sure about your choice just now.
I thought I was, okay? I did. But then I realized I really, really fucked up. Like, and I know it's too late to really go back on that or apologize now, but I'm
I
trying.
just leave me alone for a second. I don't know. I
Okay.
you I just want to go to sleep.
That is
And I'm gonna turn my back on him and curl up.
that's that's fair. He's just gonna turn and go curl up in the corner.
And I think everyone can hear basically Betty crying.
And then you can hear in the corner Marlo watching all of this, eating a sandwich. Are they okay?
Are
What, can you repeat that?
my microphone speaks to me. No, I don't think they are. Like, remember what I mentioned about what happened there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would also be sad if we couldn't be together anymore.
Me too.
But if you want to go somewhere, I will come with you.
Arnold blushes deep red and just like makes a little half strangled cough noise, you know, the kind of like, oh, when you don't quite know what to say, it's like uh, half choking on whatever he was just numbing on because he didn't expect that comment to come up. And then he looks at him like, uh, I really, I mean, that's nice. Eh,
I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad to. I, I. It's so weird. It feels so weird that a week just went by because we were there for minutes. Minutes.
Time is weird
Kinda.
sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just really one thing after the other here, but not everywhere. I think.
You know of other places like that?
No, I I I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. Let's.
That's okay.
Can you read the part about the frogs in the flowers again?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm gonna pull out the favorites book and flip over to the side that Marlo is referencing to carefully. It's probably bookmarked, and in looking over, you guys might notice that there's actually little pressed plants and shit in between the pages. And kind of moves to the side and hesitates for a little while before maybe leaning a little bit and begins to read softly, though he looks a bit more embarrassed because there's more people here. So he reads a lot more silent than normal.
Tiff, you're outside, pacing and planning.
Yeah, but the plan's not coming.
Plan's not
Just-
coming.
It's just wait for Kepler, track it with Drake's thing, kill. That's all she has. She can't think of anything else. Her entire plan was thwarted. There's no, because the stupid police ruining everything again for Tip Sheridan. Yep. And she's just spiraling. It's bad.
So, Tiff, you are quite a brainy gal. Or clever girl, as they like to say in Jurassic Park. And it's been going round and round in your head. You're trying to pull all the pieces together. So, can you read a bad situation for me to see
Yes, I will.
what kind
Hold on, let me
of
scroll up to that.
what kind of ideas you can come up with as you chew over this problem in your mind?
Mhm.
Seems like you can come up with quite some ideas. So you can ask me 3 questions from the read a bad situation list. And as
Okay.
the situation, I'm going to count the how do we get there and kill it plan.
It didn't. My brain didn't
That's fine.
register. What did you say?
So you can ask 3 questions from the read a bad situation list.
Okay.
And the bad situation we're talking about is how do we kill this, knowing the information I know.
Mm-hmm. 1 second.
You need a break?
Okay, sorry. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Shit. Okay. Uh,
If you want, we can also jump back to a different perspective for a little bit so you can think on it.
hmm. Are what's most vulnerable to me?
So you have 2 things that you have to worry about. You have the infected beasts
Mhm,
and you have the plant itself.
mhm.
And you get from what you heard from the Fae is that the plant itself is most vulnerable to Drake's Fae fire, which means the rest of you are going to have to distract the beasts.
Okay. Okay. And we do know that they are afraid of salt, vulnerable
Yes.
to iron. So that should probably help.
Yes.
Or was it the plant that was afraid of salt and vulnerable to iron?
The Fae creatures are afraid of salt and vulnerable to fire. So you know that the dogs and the plant are both. You're not quite sure about infected creatures.
Okay.
But if you want, you can That's about the same question. What you'd guess is that the vulnerability to the vulnerability to iron is a physical thing. So that's probably
Mhm.
not something that mortal creatures can be infected with.
Okay.
But fear of salt is a mental thing. So that's probably something they can be infected with.
Okay. Okay. Uh. Hmm. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? I'm gonna guess that the answer is probably no to that, but
You haven't seen the bear yet. So
okay.
that's the biggest unknown at the moment.
Okay.
You know it's probably gonna be there. You know it's gonna be big. But you
All
don't
right.
quite know the state it's gonna be in.
Okay.
And you know that Drake's been able to kill a dog. And
Mhm.
you heard from Betty that there were 4 dogs going after her. So you guess that your headshot to the 5th dog, even if it didn't kill it in a moment, it did got it eventually.
So they are capable of bleeding out and dying. Okay, good to
Yes.
know. Uh, and what's the best way to protect the victims? The victims being us and not the infected creatures.
Yes. So if you're going to be the distraction for the beasts,
Mhm.
and you know that these thorns can infect humans as well as animals,
Mhm.
then if there's a way where you can keep some distance as you distract them, or maybe lure them out and use the salt to keep them at bay, rather than rushing in and wrestling them directly, is probably the best way to protect you.
Okay. I should have brought more guns. I don't have that many. I only have the one gun.
As you're talking to yourself and putting all these pieces together, maybe looking at your gun and just having vague ideas of, can I make one from things in the shed?
She's
No, that's
yeah,
ridiculous.
she's gonna poke her head in. Hey Marlo. Hey Marlo. Hey Marlo.
Yeah.
Do you have any guns?
No.
I need to know. Do you have any guns or any like long range weapons?
Don't.
Have you ever seen a gun before?
I've seen movies.
We don't have any guns here. No.
Okay, because we're gonna need to keep our distance from these things. And like she is fully like hanging through the doorway. She's not standing up straight. We're gonna need to keep our distance from these things, and you know, a distance weapon is probably the best way to do it. Uh, so if you don't have any, it's fine. I was just wondering.
Well, you could throw the hammer.
I think it's a bit heavy to be thrown.
Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry.
No, but what if we made the handle longer, like an absurdly long hammer?
Wouldn't no, but maybe if 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 wait, what is it for? Are we gonna is it to fight them, to distract them? Can you be a bit more specific, please?
I'm planning. I'm planning. So uh, so we know that the beasts are the dogs in the plant, the dogs and the bros. They are uh, both vulnerable to iron and afraid of salt. But
Yeah.
stands to reason that the infected animals, the ones from here that aren't they wouldn't be vulnerable to iron. So we need like normal weapons would work just fine, and then we don't need the iron thing for those. But also they're afraid of salt, but we don't. We want to be able to like keep them at bay across the salt too. And I'm sorry, it's not.
Tiff. So if we know where the place is, where he needs to use the fire, because it's like in one location where the main thing is, right?
Mhm.
If I understood it right.
I think so.
Could we then maybe use as much of the salt and I don't know iron bits as possible to make some kind of circle or similar, or at least make some kind of, if not a direct circle, make something that is hard so that there is less space for it to move through.
Well, I'm wondering, a circle might not be the best shape for it because if we have a limited amount of salt, it might be better to use something more polygon, like a square, like a square.
Maybe
Because
would that-
a circle might be wider, but a square could maybe around it. I'm
And as
What
you're
I'm
talking
saying-
back and forth, there's a shadow in the doorway. And for a moment you startle. But it's a very small, long-tailed shadow. And Kepler comes scrambling in. And he's got a little bit of rope tied around his armpits. And there's a few bags hanging from it.
who tied rope to you? Did you tie rope to yourself? That's amazing.
I think your dog is maybe more intelligent than. Huh?
And he kind of
Me?
chews at the knot and
Okay, I'll
tangles the
untie it.
knot.
I'll
And
untie it. I'll untie it. It's fine. Yeah, Tiff unties the knot and examines what Kepler has brought.
what Kepler has brought is 2 decent bags of iron shavings from your workshop,
Mm-hmm.
and wrapped up a little more carefully, an unfinished ray gun
Oh shit!
with
Oh no.
What
some
now?
tools.
Do I have time to finish this? I can't. It's not coming. It's not coming along. I can't do it.
So what is the
Why'd you
part?
bring this, Kepler?
What is the part about it that you've been stuck on?
The ability to shoot lasers out of.
Is it the power source? Is it a conduit?
It's mostly getting the gun to not melt while she's using it.
And Kepler digs in the bag and takes with his beak, picks out a bit of paper, and you recognize your schematics and sketchings for the ray gun. And someone in a very, very bad handwriting made some adjustments. And it's a bit hard to decipher because it seems like someone has just tried to write with like a tiniest pencil nub.
Kepler, can you read?
And he pokes at
Did you-
at the paper.
Did you?
And as you look at it,
Did you learn how to read?
you see that it doesn't quite resemble a ray gun anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But if you did make some adjustments, you could overload the energy source and turn it into a bomb. If you chose to.
Okay, Kepler, but what would I use a bomb for? The bear? Guys, we could use a bomb for the bear. Or okay.
What is
on? And Tiff just like sits down on the ground and starts like going insane in her notebook, which I'm going to do now because I have to figure out what I'm going to do with this.
Arnold just stares at this like, what is this?
And Marla leans over to you. I thought you said dogs weren't smart.
Well, this is. He silently, because he knows that if Tiff overhears, Tiff will start protesting again. And he says, well, I think Tiff is Tiff and Kepler are playing pretend that he's a dog, kind of like you are pretending to be human.
Oh. That makes sense.
Because it will make it easier for Kepler to be among people if Tiff calls him a event dog.
That makes
But I
sense.
don't think he is.
Especially
Oh.
if you can't change your shape to a human.
Most can't.
So Betty and Drake, you notice all this commotion. I think you do notice, but you can choose to ignore it.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Ah.
Betty's not getting involved at this moment.
I think, you know what, I think Drake at some point is like, managed to like curl up in the corner and go to sleep. And at some point, he's may or may not have shifted into a squirrel and just sort of curled up on himself. Because, yeah.
So, as you take this time, at some point, Tiff does share the plan, like distraction and Drake going in. What I want you to kind of decide for me is that the plan you are going with? Is there any other preparations you want to make? And Tiff, do you want to try to turn your unfinished ray gun into a bomb?
I do want to try to turn my unfinished ray gun into a bomb.
Okay, let's start with that, and the rest
Okay.
can think for a bit. As you start screwing it up,
yeah.
screwing it open,
Mhm.
Kepler kind of drags at your hands and points to the door.
Oh shit! Yeah, I should go outside. If this goes wrong, she like scoops everything up. She like wraps what she can in her shirt so it doesn't go flying, and heads outside.
And Kepler is on your heels. And as you're working on it outside, he's actually pointing at little bits and slapping his notes when you're not paying attention. And you can roll a plus sharp to see if you can do this. And
All
you
right.
can take +1 aid from Kepler, but
right.
if there are negative consequences, he will also experience them.
No, I don't want to get hurt. Okay. Well, that's a grand total of +4 to the roll. So
Yes.
Correctly.
My God.
So you work together with your totally a dog, who has been more communicative than he's ever been in his entire time with you. And together you break off the barrel and you kind of loop some things back into themselves. And you turn into a bit of a grenade. If you press 3 buttons at the same time, it will take a few seconds, enough time for you to lob it, and then it will explode with an unknown amount of force.
And I think she's hooking it up so that it would have like a fragmentation effect with the iron shavings.
Nice.
Like just in case she misses, so that at least some damage is done with it.
Yeah.
That's like what I originally had written down, which is why I'm saying it.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Yeah, bomb.
Well, this is happening.
Kepler tries to give you a high five,
Oh my gosh.
but it's a very soft high five.
It's like a
Blip.
And she kisses him on the top of his head.
when they are doing this, I would like to do a thing. So Arnold is after a while of sitting by Marlowe and taking in whatever is just happening. It's kind of fascinating, really. Arnold kind of wishes he could because Arnold is a smart guy. He's probably picking up on what he's doing and trying so hard not to get to no. And eventually, though, as the two of once he's reached the little dessert of their picnic, he's taking his own apple tart that he brought for himself, and he gives Moll's arm a slight squeeze, and he's going to scoot over to you, Betty. and Betty, Arnold carefully, silently, awkwardly comes over, and for a while he kind of stands there and looks lost. And you probably don't see him because imagine that you're like facing away, and he's just like awkwardly standing there for a moment too long before he finally gets the courage and gives like touches your shoulder slightly, and it's like, Betty.
Just leave me alone, okay?
Yeah, I just he takes a deep breath and then he kind of crouches down and he um gives you the tiny little package, and it's like, I know it's probably not as good as your mom's, but I thought it's something, and I'm sorry that all of this is happening.
I'm not hungry. Just
I
I
know.
don't know. I'm just gonna go sleep or something. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Arnold.
It's okay. Mm, a little bit unsure, but he kind of places it there anyway before backing off.
Hmm.
And sitting back down by the his own corner.
So Betty and Drake, eventually you do rejoin the planning phases. How do you do that?
I just don't think she does, actually. Like I'm fully okay with them going in and blending without me for now.
Okay. Drake, do you join the planning phases?
I think at some point he does. If like even if at first it's just to give him something to do.
Yeah.
Like to something to make him feel like he's doing something, like he's important, like like it's gonna be okay. So for him, it's just kind of keeping busy right now. But
So do you want to add anything to the basic plan of distraction and going in? Yes? Tiff?
So I actually do have something that Drake could do. Would there be realistically, would there be any of the iron shavings left?
Yeah. In
Okay,
fact,
so Tiff is gonna like burst in. I made a bomb.
I hold on. You did what?
So you remember however long ago when we were joking when Chip Winger announced that Jim he was gonna make, we were like, oh, it would be super funny to set up a stink bomb in there.
Here.
I'm not gonna set off the bomb here. I'm not stupid. So I made a bomb for real, but also I have these leftover iron shakings. And Drake, you have fire, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
So I think what we need to do is I think we need to make like small weapons made of iron just in case. And like we could I have these shavings and you could melt them down maybe and we could mold them.
So you want to make a forge somehow, and okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of very.
Marlo, can I have your sledgehammer? Can I have your sledgehammer? Do you need it?
I need it in the future.
Are you weak to iron?
What?
Are you
No.
weak to iron? Would it be an issue for you to handle an iron weapon?
No, I'm not coming.
No, I mean in the future, when you need it back. I know you're not coming.
Marlo isn't weak to iron. Marlo isn't Fae.
Okay, I'm making sure nobody tells me anything. I don't know what he is.
I don't know what you want to do.
I want to melt down the iron and then wrap it around the sledgehammer.
Melt down with what?
Fire.
Fire doesn't melt iron.
Drake, look at Drake. Look at Drake. It can heat it up and then it gets to a certain melting point and then it's malleable.
Yeah, but fire is not that hot.
Fire can be very hot.
It's
Tress-
it's really
Chip gestures to her arms where she has like some very faint burn scars from when she got a face full of fire.
Well, you're not made of iron, though.
Yeah, but iron is a
that's-
metal, and metals have a certain melting point.
Remember this? Remember the on YouTube the smithing.
Do you have
thing where they
super
bring all
fire?
the-
It's just fire.
I guess Drake kind of do. I think.
Come outside with me, Drake. Come on. We don't
And
have much time. We gotta do
Milo
this.
stands up and like grabs
I
this
go outside.
grabs the sledgehammer with one hand and throws it over their shoulder. We're gonna make something?
Yeah,
Wow. Okay. Show me. And they kind of
come on, Drake. Come on. And
Yeah. I go.
so
Oh my
I think this will be a weird roll to see how well you can control your fire heat-wise and shape-wise
God.
to fix this.
Okay.
Boy, please don't burn down the forest.
We're outside.
Of the
It's fine.
forest.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Arnold is just like, maybe we should do this close, like by the
Oh,
close
shit.
to the.
Is there any way I could do like a help out?
I don't think I help out, but what help?
I-
Not a fine.
Oh God.
Drake.
I did say he had good rolls too early.
Yep. You
um,
take the iron shavings and kind of figure out, okay, how do I heat this? And then you try to heat it, and it turns red and starts glowing, but it doesn't really start to melt. So at some point, like you're like, I know this needs. What if I, instead of heating the shavings, I heat the sledgehammer?
Oh,
And
God, no.
you kind of put your hand under the sledgehammer, and you turn on your fire, and it comes to you easier than it did before, and it burns purple, and the head of the sledgehammer starts to glow, but you can see it's not really malleable yet, so you won't be able to press the iron shavings into it. So you turn up the heat, and you feel the heat coming off it, and the fire turns almost translucent with heat. And then, all at once, the molten iron, the sledgehammer melts and starts dripping all over your fingers.
Oh, no.
And it really fucking hurts. So, you would have taken 2 harm. Since you have armor, I think that's 1 harm.
I would almost argue that could probably count as armor piercing. It's
Well,
your call though.
not this time, because it is
Okay.
the physical thing. And
Okay.
Fire resistant.
it's also you are fire resistant. You're just not fireproof.
Okay,
So
fair. Shit, it's the grilled cheese thing all over again.
God damn it.
Shit.
my hammer
I,
Fuck.
and
sorry.
the sledgehammer is just now a stick with some droopy iron on it.
God damn it. Fuck.
This the plan? That's not.
Yeah, that
It's a
that
good thing that
did
was
not
supplemental to
go
the plan.
well.
It looked
Drake
easier
just
on
sorta-
YouTube.
Drake just sort of starts peeling like the metal fragments off his.
This is,
Ow! Shit.
this is more like a blooper video, actually.
It's a good thing nobody was filming this, because that would be embarrassing.
Nobody was filming it, right?
Wasn't. My camera's in my bag.
No,
I don't.
No, I won't.
Okay.
Kepler.
Where's the dog?
Kepler.
And
And then it
Drake, you look at Kepler, and he stands at the corner, and he gives you a little,
Fuck you two.
and then looks at
Don't you
Tiff,
have like?
and then looks at Tiff for like, did I do good?
Give me the camera.
He doesn't have a
Can you-
camera.
Okay, good,
He
good,
just has fingers.
good.
Gonna look at the rat and be like, "Don't you have some turtles to go take care of?" And
And
then
he
just
skitters back to Tiff.
Well, we now have a clump of iron instead.
Do we have strength? Do we have strength?
What?
I take the string out of my hoodie. We have
I don't
string.
want your hoodie. I don't want your hoodie strength. It needs
It's
to be
just-
long enough to swing, and we
You
can use
can
it like a
swing it,
mace.
just get
Morning
careful.
star time, baby.
We have some. There is some old ropes and nets in the shed.
So you
Some
can
ropes
make
in the shed, huh?
like a bit of a bed clump.
Talk about.
Ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that.
I don't understand.
My God, no!
Ignore,
What?
ignore it. Ignore it. Ignore it.
No, tell me. I want to know.
Arnold, Arnold.
What is the
So
joke?
Your face walks off like no.
These using ropes.
No, I want to know the joke.
We'll
Someone tell
explain
me
when
the
you're
joke.
older.
Yeah, we'll explain later. In the meantime, oh
Okay.
wait, I don't have a hoodie. I just have the
Oh yeah,
jacket.
you're wearing a
Got the-
jacket.
It's the jacket string, but
Arnold trying to help, and this is what you get. Bullying.
I
It's
don't
not bullying. Tip is just like that.
I don't understand. Okay.
She whispers and she whispers an explanation in his ear.
I think
And for
Yeah.
fun?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Different things for different people. You know.
People are very weird.
Well, you're pretending to
Yes.
be one of them. You got to know some things,
I
and now you know this one.
No.
Yes. I know more. I want to know all the things. You know,
I'll,
it's
if I could come back out here later, I could explain a lot of things.
yes. Come and explain. And can you show me how to use the internet?
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause
Oh,
I think
we could hook up a generator here for you. That would be so cool. Oh my god.
I don't know
Project
what that
for
is.
later though. A project.
Yes. Yes.
It'll generate electricity, and then you could have like a laptop out here. That would be so cool.
Yes.
Uh,
I can make the
New pro-
movies.
I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down. Hold on.
Yes.
And
Okay. So as this conversation is happening, you see like there's Drake in the background having like sort of warmed it off. He is now a very shirtless Drake trying to string the string back through his jacket. Just they're not using it.
And Arnold is in another corner dying.
I mean,
It's
he's
just like
off sort of
standing.
away.
He's like no, not over that, over the entire conversation that just
Yeah.
happened. Arnold is
Okay.
like by a tree and doing that like not hard, mind you, just like
hey,
And
Arnold, I need those. I do need those ropes though. I do need them.
Marlo goes to grab the rope and walks by Arnold and gives him a pat on the shoulder. It's like, don't worry, Tiff explained everything. Goes to get some rope, and you fashion up a crude morning star, which is like a leaf encrusted blob of half molten metal with a rope around it, which is
Arnold gives
very heavy.
Arnold gives Tiff a terrified stare slash glare in a sense of like, what did you say?
I just explained what rope is
And then
used
he
for.
looks away again.
And
Don't look at
you
me
do,
like that. Don't look at me like that.
you do still have the iron shavings because this was just Drake trying to heat up the metal. So
Okay.
worst comes to worst, you can throw them in something's face.
Mhm.
At some point, you all gather together and decide to head out. Marlo turns forlorn again for a bit. And Arnold, I would like you to choose your bonding time hold
Yes.
before you leave, because you will be separated again for a bit.
Yes. Also, Hold on.
So as you think on this, before you actually get up and head out, Marlo kind
Yeah.
of sneaks over to Betty and pokes you in the shoulder. Hey,
Hi.
do you want to stay here instead?
No, I want to go and help and protect my friends and make sure they don't do stupid stuff.
Yes. Can you also protect Arnold?
Yeah, he's
He's
well,
he's
he
very
used to be my friend, but he doesn't really like me anymore.
well.
I hurt him, and
I
I
don't
didn't mean to.
I don't know human stuff, but I know Arnold is very kind and very sweet. So I'm sure he will be kind to you as well.
I'm I'm glad he has you.
Well, not
You
today.
seem nice.
Sorry for thinking you hurt him. I was
I'm
scared.
I know I'm kind of overprotective too sometimes. It's hard, but
Yeah,
that's why I'm going.
yeah. So,
Even though I would really like to go and I don't know, curl up or something.
yeah.
But
So come back safe, okay?
yeah,
And
you
then,
you be safe as well.
yeah, they don't they don't go in the lake.
Good.
I I would come with you, but I don't I
You
don't
can't,
know
and
if
that sucks.
yeah. Okay. Well,
Do you want a hug?
I love hugs, and they immediately come in for a hug. No hesitation.
Yay. Big hug, and like Betty obviously needs this too, so
It's a good squeeze hug.
yeah. Big comforting hugs for the win.
And afterwards, they kind of pat you on the shoulder and say, "I hope, I hope you'll be, I hope you and your friend will be okay too."
I hope so too. I don't know. I thought he liked me maybe the way you like Arnold. I don't know. I don't want to presume.
I like Arnold lots.
Yeah. I like him lots too. I
Well,
just
it seemed like he liked you.
he said some things and I thought so too, and now I don't know anymore, and I don't know, I just need to think about it,
Well,
and he's gonna go away.
and you stay behind.
I don't know, maybe. I don't know if he wants me to come.
Well, sounds like you should ask him. You know, it's
Yeah.
like when you watch a movie or a TV show and the people are all being mean to each other and you're just saying like talk to each other and they don't do it. And
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
now you
Yes.
can do it. Be better than the movies.
That's usually good advice, really.
Yeah,
Thanks, Marlo.
yeah. Thank you
Maybe
too.
maybe if Arnold wants to too, we can watch a movie with the three of us sometime.
Yeah,
Or more. I don't know if Tiff or Drake wants to join.
yeah. Tiff is gonna show me the internet, so
Yeah, yeah.
it'll be fun.
They're really smart. They're
Okay.
yeah.
Well, you go protect everyone, and I will
Hmm.
stay here. I'm gonna say goodbye to Arnold.
Yeah. And you're protecting everyone, but in a different way.
Yeah, in a stupid way, but it's fine. I'll
It's,
protect everyone some other time. I'll just
sometimes the stupid ways are the hardest ways.
yeah, I'll just steal a new hammer. Don't tell Arnold I said that. And they walk away.
I get it. Oh, I love it. Them, her,
It's all good.
it's.
So, Arnold,
I love all the genders.
yes.
Anyway. Oh yeah, on
So the time has come to say goodbye to Marlowe for now. Did you decide on the what you wanted to use your
yes.
hold for?
Yes, it seemed because it seemed thematically fit with how the two of them work and what's just happened, and the fact that they are gonna be forced to go two different direction for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go with receive a gift from your guide, which can be anything, I think, or similar to the thing that yeah.
Let's see. Um, I think I'm gonna show these things for a bit. Let me think on this for a moment, and for just a moment, we'll move to the rest of the party gathering to move away. So, Betty, you kind of shakily step out of the shed finally and notice Drake and Tiff talking about things. Tiff showing off her shrapnel bomb.
I'm gonna okay, since we don't have a sledgehammer, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna separate up all of these shavings that we have and give some to each of us that's coming. So just in case, you know.
We don't have
And
a
if push comes to
sledgehammer?
shove, you could literally shove it down her throat. It would be great. That would be so cool. Hi, Betty.
Hi.
Tiff,
Yeah.
We don't have. Oh.
the shavings. What if we tape some of it to each of our like wrist or something? Then we would have like protective rings, essentially, pretty much.
Do you have tape?
Yeah, I mean we do a lot of crafts and stuff in there. What?
Okay.
They were
Okay.
pretty.
Why do you
Crafts.
look
Okay.
at me like that?
I'm sorry. I. It's been a weird emotional day. I'm a little loopy right now. Uh, okay. Yeah,
Okay,
that could be a good idea. What?
okay then. Takes out the little tape roller. Like, why are you like this? And just holds it over, like this.
Don't. Why are you looking at me like that? She takes the tape and come here. Come here. I'll test it out on you. Come here.
You
Just hold out an arm. We need to make sure it works before we do it to everyone.
okay?
And she makes like a tape bracelet with the sticky side out and rolls his arm in the iron. Does it stick?
Yeah, it sticks.
All right.
You've got iron filing bracelets. You don't
All right,
think it
everybody
will
can,
do any
can-
damage, but
Yeah.
you do get the sense like Betty still has the tooth marks of that dog on her arm. If one of those tries that now, they will get a mouthful of iron filings. So
Wait, Betty, let me look at your arm, please. Because I do have to put this iron thing on it, but I want to see the bite. Are there any signs of infection on her?
Didn't
it's
break skin, did it?
it scratched the skin, but where normal dogs have big canines and for biting and tearing, these
Mhm.
have lots of little small teeth for grabbing and holding.
Okay.
So they don't do as deep a damage, but you don't notice any thorns.
Okay. Good. human is an animal. So, well, human.
So
Anyway,
as
and
you
Tiff
give
is there.
everyone iron filing gauntlets, Marlo kind of
Thank you
pulls
both.
you aside, Arnold, and presses something into your hand. And it's like almost like a little doughy ball, but with skin.
Oh, Arnold looks confused. A little
Okay.
confused.
Well, don't think this is weird, but
Okay.
it's a little bit of me,
Oh.
but not enough to think. And I think if you'll eat it, I can help you get better from the inside out. So if you get hurt and I can't get to you on time, just eat it. Try not to chew, just swallow it.
Looks at it and then looks back at you mean I should eat it now? Like
No. If you get hurt,
if I can oh.
it's it's not weird.
He pokes at it
It kind
lightly
of
like
it.
does it have like a weird jelly wiggle or something?
It's not
What does
jelly. It's more firm than that. It's kind of like doughy, fleshy. It feels a bit like chicken breast, but smaller.
Oh my god. Arnold is unsure what to feel about that. But uh but he gets it kinda. I mean it's
It will
is it
fall.
like when I is it like when I had the nosebleed? I mean after,
No, it's more like if there's holes in you, and then
Oh,
I can try and help get you back together a bit more, because humans are not very good at that. And I've gotten pretty good at putting human flesh together, so
okay.
it will fall apart after a day or so. But so if it takes longer, just come back and I'll make some more.
Uh, Arnold like processing. They mentally have the little loading bar like
That's valid.
yeah, and then he takes a deep breath and nods and okay. Um,
And they grab you by the face again
oh,
and kind of press your foreheads together. And then he gives you a hug and they say, "Be safe, okay?
you too.
Okay, I'll I'll go in the lake
Okay.
and be
Mm.
safe there."
I'll come back to the lake as soon as I can.
Yes, I'll wait.
Okay.
Okay. Well, bye, I guess.
Um, I, he hugs them again. He hugs them again,
Very big
and
squeeze.
yeah, a good old squeeze. And mm, let's go and say some, and then we can watch that document. That the one with the frogs that you liked so much.
I don't care. Just come back.
I know.
And you hug for a bit more. And then reluctantly, the four of you peel away from this little respite. Drake in front with a little tracker. And you follow the trail. Do you talk as you travel?
Oddly
Drake
enough,
is I think Drake is actually going to be mostly silent, just sort of, doing what has to be done and you know.
Arnold is more like not talking a lot, but more like funny enough, he's like as we speak because he's beginning to like more proper compose of everything that just happened after that moment of you sitting down having a moment and calm despite all of the stress that was also mixed in and the creation of a bomb in his just outside of his shed and everything and awkward comments and stuff. That aside, uh, he's like composing in his mind writings essentially. It's like if he had a journal in front of him or if he had paper available to him, he might have been writing, but instead he's almost internally describing the scene as they walk and thinking back and how strange it is that he kind of got dragged into a story because he writes stories. He's not a main character. He's not a character. He's not even a character. He's just a writer.
So from the
And here,
outside, I imagine it seems like Arnold has a bit more purpose than he's had since the beginning of this adventure, which
yeah,
is interesting to see from quite a shy and drawn back person, especially
yeah,
leaning into what you know will be danger. You walk through the
yeah.
forest, the sun is slowly coming up, the sky is lightening. It's easier to see, but you're still kind of startling at every little noise. As you walk, the little vial in Drake's hand slowly starts glowing more and more until eventually you end up at a ridge and you look down and you can see a hole in a wall leading into a cavern. The vial is glowing quite brightly by now and pointing straight at that cavern.
Eddie was right about the magic caves. Oh my god, this is so cool.
Eddie knew about these places?
Yeah, yeah. Did he tell you about what happened? I would think it would be sophomore year before I got here.
wait,
Not,
wait, wait.
not really.
You can see some movement in the cave, and there's a dog, one of the hounds, coming out, snuffling a little, and then heading back in, like it's patrolling, like it's protecting something.
Doesn't that mean that we could make a line outside of it? I mean,
What?
mostly for the ones that are outside of the cave, I guess. If you are in there to burn something.
It might be good to take them one by one. So if the dog is coming out, we should maybe, I don't
But
know. I've got this, and I hold up a taser.
yeah, but remember, if I remember it right, didn't you say that if we can destroy the plant itself, they will be free again?
Or they'll die
That's
because they're too
that's why
infected.
this.
Yeah, but what oh, I don't
I
have a
think
tape.
these ones might be too far gone because they were
What?
the first infected. They were the ones that they were the ones that were dumped here. It might be that they're too far gone. I don't know. I don't want to think that they are, but
I think it may be. It sounded by the way she talked like she just didn't care or want to deal with it.
yeah,
She
that's
just
a
threw them
fair
away.
assessment.
So we what if we can block anything from coming inside while we take care of it? I mean, it, it there's several of them out here, right? But there might be less inside. And there
Betty,
should
how
be
much
enough
salt do you have?
salt to cover an opening that's less than it would be to make an entire circle.
You do realize that if Drake is going to head in there to burn something, the whole purpose of distracting the beast so that one can slip by is kind of out the window.
Yeah.
But as you look over the ridge where you are standing, you can see it's kind of like a little bit more rocky terrain. You can definitely get like a corner where you can draw a line, and it would be harder for any creature to climb up and come at you from the other side without taking a lot of time. So you could definitely find a place to make a little stand.
I just thought of something. If you think it might help you y'all's chances,
Hmm.
but okay, you know how
Why are
I
you not
have
including
the
yourself?
okay, because I already have the fairy fire, right? So I won't need a makeshift torch made of fairy fire.
Oh, sorry.
Bless you.
If you think that might be something that you all would want.
I need my hands free. I can't take one because I have a gun and a bomb. So
Okay, yeah, this don't mix those up. Yeah, don't. Just
I'll do what I want. If I blow myself up, that's my
Yeah.
business.
uh
One could say my future is a little uncertain.
Maybe
okay,
we
all
should
things
probably be
Say
more
considered,
that.
silently.
yeah,
Okay.
but
You are
Would you
is
guys
talking
want?
anybody
quietly. It's fine.
would
Do you guys
anybody
want to get?
would anybody want like a stick or something I can light on fire or you
That
know,
seems very dangerous in the
would it
middle of a forest. But
Well, what if
maybe
we
we're going into the cave.
wrap
I can light it in
fabric?
the cave.
What if we like wrap fabric around a stick and then that'll burn a little better
Yeah,
and it won't
something
burn the
like
stick down to the quick?
that. I I don't know how
Do
torches
we
work, but
do we have to
yes.
be very specific? Like, don't we have to? Because a torch, we don't know. It might just fall on the ground and fizzle out
um,
if we
I
just
don't
toss
know.
it in there.
Well, I was thinking you carry it, and that'll be your. If they come for you, you have something to. I don't know. I'm trying.
Yeah, that'll yeah.
are you looking towards this cave? Do we still see like every so often this little doggy come out as if the patrol boy?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, we
Does it
know if
seem to be the same one every time?
Hard to say. At some
uh,
point, you see two of them at the same time.
Okay.
So you get the idea that they might all be in there at the moment. So if you want a clear path to the thorns, you'll have to lure them out. But you can also go in all at once and try to force your way through. Your choice.
Yeah, luring them out is probably the better.
I'll go. I'll be a distraction. I've got a gun. It's very loud. It's a very loud
uh,
gun.
I can distract him as well.
I think Drake starts to
I'm
argue,
pretty
but
strong.
then he doesn't.
I am not very fast, so I don't think I could.
Yeah, please
Uh,
please be
I
safe.
think
But I
Arnold, you stick with me, okay? I'll
okay.
I'll watch your back, and you too. Take care of each other, okay? Just be safe.
Um, you, so if I don't know how you could run that fast, but I've never. But you were really fast back there in the when. I mean, you. I know you were upset, but
She was just
Arnold.
gone.
and
It might also be really helpful if you could, you know, be sort of the battle master kind of thing, be out of reach so that you can tell us where to go and where to not go.
maybe I can my best. I don't know. I have this. I don't know how to explain, but I have this thing where I can kind of sometimes sense what, well, kind of the emotions of things around me, I guess.
That's so cool.
I don't like
It's,
that.
it's a bit weird. It's every so sometimes it catches a random stray thought, and I might even know where it's from, but it's how I connected to Marlowe. I think like because Marlowe's they're original language, their language is all about mental impressions and such. So it's either way, it's how I could hear the plants before. Um, it's kind of weird, but maybe that can help when we are in there.
Yeah, you could definitely try to use it to either keep the plant's attention from you until Drake gets close enough, or know where
Yeah.
they are. So you split up into two teams: Drake and Arnold, Betty and Tiff.
Boys and girls, here we go.
Send each other some forlorn looks, but there's no time to talk anymore. If you stay out here long enough, the hounds are going to smell you, and you're going to lose the element of surprise. Betty and
Hey,
Tiff, you find a little corner, you lay out a line of sand, and Tiff stays behind to make noise, and Betty sneaks off to the mouth of the cave to try and catch attention and draw it back to safety. Meanwhile, Arnold and Drake wait around the corner. Drake, do you want to say something to Betty before you leave? No time for a long
I
conversation, but
yeah, think I was just gonna reiterate, just be careful.
You too.
Yeah.
And be careful with Arnold, okay?
I
I'm not made of porcelain.
I know, but Marlo
Trust
made
me.
me promise.
He's a meat boy made of meat.
You're all made
Uh,
of meat.
I mean,
Maybe you
just
are.
I mean, just for the record, if something happens to Arnold while he's with me, you can guarantee that I did not make it out.
Yeah. Oh.
and
Please make it out.
with those
Please don't
comforting
die.
words, you see more motion at
I'm
the mouth
saying
of the
he's gotta.
cave.
I'm saying
You
they
Gotta
have
have
go.
to
to go
Betty,
through
we
me
gotta go.
first.
Betty,
you
we
gotta
gotta go. We
split.
gotta go.
Yeah.
So
Gotta
Arnold and
go.
Drake are hidden safely away. Tiff and Betty, what order did you decide to go in? Does Tiff shoot first, or does Betty yell first?
Uh,
I think yell so that Tiff can shoot when there's something like sort of in rangey.
yeah, probably.
So Betty, you're standing in view of the cave. You know there's some things in there that already scared you before. And you know there's something bigger in there that you haven't even seen yet. And you're gonna try and get them out. What do you do?
Come out.
Betty,
Come
Betty.
out!
Okay.
So the shout kind of echoes off the walls, and immediately you see the hounds. 3 of them now, kind of twining through each other and come running out.
Can I
They,
have said, by the way, that we made a salt circle
yeah, we did.
as a safe space?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's where Tiff is waiting.
Mhm.
Sorry. So that's where you're gonna be running.
Yep. Running.
So you're
Very
running
running.
already, or do
Much run.
you wanna
Very
try and
run.
lure the bear out as well?
It's just the dogs now.
For now. And they're not running. They're slowly starting to probably try to encircle you, but right now they're just coming up in front of you
I'm
and to the
going
side.
to back away at the same rate so that
Mhm.
there's still space between me and them and they can't circle around me. That specifically I'm trying to stop from happening because I know from last time that that's not great.
Not great.
And at the same time, I do want to keep yelling.
So you keep yelling.
And it's
And
like sometimes my throat gets caught up and gets sort of squeezed close, but then you can just see her struggling through it and like yelling louder just to compensate for it.
so you sound scared, and you sound angry, and you sound determined. And all of you can hear this. And it takes everything you have, Drake, not to jump out there and stand next to her. Especially when a hulking shape fills the entrance of the cave.
I mean you! Yes! Come
And
on then!
one
Come get me, huh?
hairy paw steps out, and another hairy paw steps out. And in the light of the early morning, a bear pulls itself out of the cavern. There's
Come on then!
something
Come
wrong
here!
with it. It's
Come and get me!
big and bulked up, but it's also asymmetrical, with one shoulder higher and stronger, one paw bigger. Its head low and shaggy, bloody drool dripping from its jaws. The fur is brown and matted, and woven in you can see thorns, plants, little flowers even. It
I'm gonna
swings
start
its
running.
head. You can start running anyone. I'm just setting the scene. It swings its head as you are shouting, and you can see there's thorns growing from the eye holes and twisting into the other. So you get the sense that it's not seeing you, but hearing you and smelling you. And it starts to move towards you. You turn around and you book it.
I keep yelling while I run.
Let's roll your weird move to see
Uh-huh.
how well you can push your limits.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yes.
You are shouting, and at some point there's a bit of a growl coming into your voice, and you're just roaring and running, and you're afraid, but you feel adrenaline pumping through you, and the dogs shift into motion, and the bear starts to run a jagged run, and you know how fast bears can run, but right now you are faster. Tiff, you hear screaming in the distance, and you see Betty barreling towards you, full speed. Following her
Interesting.
are 3 dogs, and you see in the distance the shape of the bear. You get a chance to aim at something and shoot if you want to. Do you want to try and hit a dog, or wait till you can hit the bear?
Since the dogs are vulnerable to iron, I'm gonna wait on the dogs. And I'm going to try to shoot the bear.
Roll to kick some ass.
All right. I rolled
Hot
a full 20.
damn! So you can you don't have the advanced move, so you can choose
Mm-mm.
one extra effect from the 10 plus list.
Okay, let me take a look. Hold on. Gain the advantage. I'm gonna inflict terrible harm.
So how much harm does your gun do normally?
2.
2. So you inflict 3 harm. And you can see it hit the bear, and it doesn't stop running.
Fuck.
But
Should I use the bomb? Is the bomb for now or is it for later?
Betty, you run into the circle of salt, and the dogs, you left them in your wake. So there's a couple of beats before even they get here. And these dogs and this bear are all running at you. And all of a sudden, this line of salt seems a little paltry compared to what's coming for you.
Shaking, I take my taser and I take aim at one of the sorry.
Tip's gonna tap Betty on the arm and hand her the Morningstar thing. Go on.
I take that as well, but I still aim my taser because longer distance
It is. So you can wait until the dogs come into your reach. You press the button. Roll to kick some ass.
And I get to do that with weird. Or do I for a taser? Not really, right?
You tell me.
It doesn't feel like that because it is because of my
Weird is the
Bigfoot
physical
heritage,
stuff.
and it doesn't feel like.
Okay, then roll with stuff.
Yeah. That's a 9. That's pretty good.
So you
Considering
inflict.
that I've got a -1 top. I've been
So
rolling so good this whole adventure, no lie.
how much damage does your taser do?
It does 1 damage, but the more important thing is that it should be one harm, close, ignores armor, reload, small, and electric. And the more important thing is that it's a taser. It's supposed to
Yeah.
stun someone. obviously.
So you nail one of the dogs right in its mouth, and it jumps, shudders, yelps, and stumbles over its own feet and kind of tumbles to the ground. And it's the other ones kind of fan out and are taken aback by this. They would do harm in return, but they cannot reach past this salt barrier at the moment. So you are still safe. Arnold and Drake, you have your opportunity.
Oh.
Go.
So, no time to think. You both go into the cave. It's immediately dark and damp, and it smells rank. That musty scent combined with blood that you smelled as a dog, Drake. You can smell it
Ugh.
as a human now, and
Oh god.
it didn't get any better.
Oh no.
Mm.
And yet, at the base of it is also that sickly sweet scent coming from deeper in the cave. Arnold, you wanted to do something to try and ease your passage?
Yes, so I am going to use my weird move to see if I can figure something out in here, I suppose you could say.
Yes.
I also have another thing, but I actually need to be by the. I think I actually need to see the monster for that one, so that's for later. We'll see. Let's see. So alternative weird move, and oh boy, let's see how this goes. Oh no!
You mark experience.
Yeah, I will. I will.
You open your mind and
Oh no!
you thought you knew what you were prepared for when you tangled with the dogs earlier and how that felt. But you weren't prepared for just how present it was. And you are immediately swept away with it.
Oh boy!
And you will feel feverish. And you feel hungry. And you need to protect what's in this cave. What do you do?
Okay, I am going to. I am going to use monster empathy. I am because yeah, I know that wants to be protected and it wants to, but
I think
some
before you can do this, you have
yeah.
this instinctive reaction based on this
Mm-hmm.
feeling sweeping through you. You're not even really Arnold anymore. You're
Oh dear.
just lashing out. So you can either choose to run farther into the cave or attack Drake.
Let me get out the physical die for a
Ooh,
moment.
going to make it a game of chance.
Mm.
Okay. I am Arnold get this strange look on his face before he almost robotically at first and then less so runs off into the cave as if he knows exactly where he's going. It's almost as if someone attached a string and began to pull at him and he's just going there.
Drake, Arnold just books it.
I am going after.
You
Like
run to follow.
full on.
What do I find? Okay.
Nothing yet. Because
Oh,
outside, the bear has arrived at your line.
Uh-oh. Fifth time?
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
You're muted, hon.
Should I use the bomb now? I can't remember when I was supposed to use the bomb. When am I supposed to use the bomb?
There's a
Bomb?
moment where it's still far enough to use, and you have to make a choice.
You know what? Tiff is, it's been stated before, she's very reckless. So she's just going to do it.
Let's do it. Let's roll to kick some ass.
Do it. Let's do
Or-
it. Let's
or
do it. Do it.
Act
do
under
it.
pressure. You can choose.
I'll do act under pressure because I have a 3 to that instead of 2.
Can I help?
How would you help?
Well, I kind of helped in a way by leading the things there for one.
Okay.
And maybe I sort of just yell like, go, 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 or something like that.
I don't think the go 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 will help, but you can roll.
Sure.
You can roll to help.
We're help out. Not that this is a great roll, but you know.
As you do.
Oh shit.
Great.
Well, that's my
No.
first. There we go.
You do not help, but you also do not think. And you run out of the salt circle to grab the bear's attention, to line it up. If Tiff's roll goes well, it'll be fine. If it doesn't, you are in the line of fire.
Yeah. Sounds
No
about
pressure. No pressure, Tiff.
I honestly do not think Tiff was expecting that, and she was already in the process of pressing the buttons.
Yeah,
So
no. You
No,
don't
go
get
for
time
it,
to.
go.
You gotta roll.
Thank you.
So,
oh my god.
what I did act under pressure. Oh my god.
you see Betty run out. You're like,
oh
oh my god! And it just gives you more strength to lob it. And as you press the button, it starts making a noise. Little beep, 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 beep. Which you originally installed as an alarm so you would know when to stop firing the gun because it was getting overheated. And now it's a good marker of how close the bomb is to going off.
Mm-hmm.
It heads towards the bear. It jerks its head. It hears the noise. And in a move faster than you would expect from such a hulking creature, it snatches it out of the air. And it explodes
Yes, Jesus.
in a shower of pieces. Let's keep it at that.
Mhm.
Oh,
The
this is so
bear
cool.
is now blown open from the front. Betty, you are hit.
Yep.
The dogs shy back from the noise. Even though it wasn't a bang per se, it was more of a zoom. And there was little beams of laser that just cut through the bear, as well as through some of parts of the trees, leaving scorch marks on the grass. And the bear kind of slumps. Its entire front is now a dripping wound, and you can still see thorns in there, moving, twisting, and jerkily, snappily, without a head, it erratically stumbles towards you, swiping wildly. And there's not much left of the bear, but whatever it's burrowed into it is trying to get you. Betty, roll to kick some ass.
And this time, this one feels more weirdy. Is that bad?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Physical action.
This is so interesting because it does imply that the infection doesn't rely on the central nervous system,
7.
which is really, really cool.
So you swing at it and you get it good. But it moves faster than you expect, and then it's on top of it, in top of you,
Uh-huh.
and the claws dig into your shoulder and scratch, and it tries to pin you down with its full weight, and you are lying under a half blown up bear being dripped on. And you take 2 harm.
Yeah, Tiff is gonna also exit the salt circle.
They're
and
still dogs, by the by.
There's
yeah,
absolutely still dogs.
she doesn't give a shit about the dogs. Listen, she's under the impression that Betty doesn't like her, but she still cares desperately about Betty.
Aw.
And she would absolutely
What do you do
come
to
and try to kick this bear's ass.
try to kick this bear's ass?
Shoot it? Like she
Where?
runs up to the side and shoots it down the middle. You know where the head blew open, just down there.
Shoot in the hole. Okay,
Shoot.
roll
Yep,
to kick
shoot
some
it in the
ass.
hole.
You shoot and you shoot again and you shoot again, and you have no idea if you're doing any damage because it's already broken. But the force of it does stagger it back, and Betty claws out from under it, and you're standing together. You look around you, and there's 3 dogs, one of them limping and moving erratically, moving around you. Back to the inside. Arnold, you're running through the dark, and you're coming close. You know you're coming close, and you know this is your home where you're supposed to be. And you see a tangle of dry and yellowed thorns and leaves. Some flowers are trying to bloom, but it looks ragged. And in between it, you can see movement. You can see little glowing eyes of cats, some dogs, squirrels, forest critters hiding in the tangle. But they welcome you as one of their own. And as you are reaching out your hand to stick it in between thorns, you wrestle out of this haze that fell over you. And you get a moment of clarity before you purposefully try to prick yourself on the thorns.
Those are my friends.
Those are your friends, and you can be together with them. But also, you don't really want to.
Not like this.
So, you wanted to roll monster empathy.
Yeah, I think so. So Arnold stares, and then he's like, "There is. This is a plant." Is one of his instincts, but another of his instincts is. It seemed like it feels something, and a third thing is it is hurting and it's looking very rough. And I am going to roll monster empathy because I'm trying to figure out what exactly this monster want, and I guess in a sense how I could, if there is way more than one way to do this.
Yeah.
I guess because we know the fire path, but
Yeah, roll for it. So you get one
okay.
question.
Yes. What do they most desire?
You get this sense of hunger, and in that moment you were lost in the sensation. It read as hunger in your own body. You felt
Yeah.
your stomach pinching and your mouth water, But now that you take a mental step back, it reads as hunger for something else, for an energy that it hasn't been able to find here, but that it wants.
But it
And as Drake is running up behind you, a little a little part of this strange alien mind that is more scrambling instincts than anything lights up with recognition. Drake, you are running, and it's just a narrow hallway, a narrow cavern leading into a single ending point. And you see this tangle. You see it crawling with little animals. And you see Arnold standing in front of it, his hand outstretched, but not moving, not getting closer at the moment. What do you do?
Arnold, what are you doing?
trying to understand it.
What's
It's
okay?
it is recognizing you. I mean, I think it's of being Faye. I think it felt like hunger, but it's not real hunger. Oh, I
As you're
wonder if yeah.
as you're snapping out of your trance, you can see some of the animals starting to crawl from the tangle. A squirrel baring its teeth at you, a cat hissing, and you get the sense that they are gearing up to protect this thing they're living in.
I wonder if it needs to go back to the Fae realm. I think. Can it be?
I but
Can
how
it
do
be
we
moved there?
I
Could it
don't
be
know.
moved to the ring?
I can we maybe I don't know, like how do you do the whole plant thing? Like take a piece of it back to the portal and destroy the rest of it or something so that it doesn't spread here? But if you keep that piece that's still alive, you can, you know.
As you're taking the time to talk, Arnold, one of the cats, starts to swipe out at you. What do you do?
Okay. Uh, okay, the cat swipes out at me, and Arnold is takes one step back, and then he pauses, and then he squints a little bit, and he says, uh, and go is like, "Wait, isn't that you? Little
You do recognize the cat. It's uh one of the. It's a smaller cat, red, but there's no recognition in its eyes. It's just trying to chase you away.
Yeah, it's just trying to, and he look a little bit taken by that for a moment, and then he's once again take a deep breath and looks to this thing and is like, yeah, uh, it depends on the plants. I think once could I maybe invest either? I'm not sure what would make more sense. Investigate mystery or if it would be treated a bad situation because hmm.
I think the important point here is that you're not going to have a lot of time to talk and think.
Yeah, I
So you're
know.
either going to have to try and protect yourself or work with these critters attacking you. And as you think on that, we're going to take a little break and we're going
Sounds
to
like
be
a plan.
back in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I am going to go to pause. And we're back. A quick one this time.
Hello.
Arnold and Drake, you are in this tense moment. There's more and more critters crawling out from the tangles. You can see more still hidden in there, nesting between the branches of this tattered
like-
looking plant. And Arnold, you still have that connection, that sense of what it wants, what it needs, and how it's trying to hold on to you. And you think that you could be a conduit through which it could connect to Drake. If Drake is open to that.
Arnold looks at the is focused. He hasn't actually turned to look at Drake through this entire season, through this entire conversation, and then he kind of holds first hesitantly and then in a more unusually dedicated way holds a hand out to you, Drake, and he says, I'll need your help. I
Okay.
can't do this on my own. And I
Okay.
think maybe you, because it recognizes the energy from you, which has to be from the Fae, maybe can help it understand what I am saying. Would that be
Uh,
okay?
I take Arnold's hand. Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Let's
It
do it.
grabs your hand, and Arnold, you're still wide open. You feel something snap into place, and the
Mm.
critters around you still.
Mm.
Outside, the dogs that are circling you closer and closer, the bear that is still stumbling around, they freeze and wait, and the hounds cock their heads as if they're listening to something. Drake, this plant is almost dead, and now
Yeah.
yet you can see a small green thorny shoot unfurl from the tangle that is closest to you, almost reaching for you. It can't reach on its own. Do you try to grab it?
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to it.
You grab it, and you feel a jolt going through you, an energy being pulled from you. But where you would expect it to come from within you and deplete you, it's not coming from you. It's coming from someplace else. And you feel a thin thread running through you, through the portal, into that other world. It snaps into place, and you're almost vibrating at the spot, a conduit for this stream of power. And this little weak green shoot thickens and curls around your wrist and up your arm, and it's sprouting thorns and green leaves and flowers, and the rest of the tangle is slowly falling apart. All the any energy that was left in it is now transferring to this part that's plant that's winding around your arm, and you can see two paths in front of you. As this plant curls around you, and you see pieces of the tangled mess that was left behind fall off, break into pieces. Some of the squirrels shake their little head. The thorns that were tangled around them fall away dry and brittle, and they start running out of the cave back to their freedom. And the only part of the plant that's still alive is attached to you, and it's pulling back from everywhere else. You could keep this plant alive through this conduit. You imagine yourself walking back to the gate, moving through it, following the thread where it leads, and bringing this small broken piece home, back from near death, back from starvation. For once, maybe you can save everyone. But there's a catch. You can hold this up for hours, maybe, but not days. If you do this, you have to do it within the next few hours. The other path. This plant is curled around you, everything that's left of it. You flare your fire, and it will burn away safely, leaving everything free from its influence. It's found safety in you, but is it really alive? It's a plant. It's a fucking plant. It's hurt so many things. Is this really worth your last week? Is this really worth that little bit of choice you still had? You know that you feel deep within you that if you go through that portal, you're not going to be able to take a quick trip back. You don't know how you know it, but you know it. It's just a plant. It's not worth it. These two paths stretch out in front of you. But for now, you have peace. You have time to think, to discuss, and to make a careful decision. Outside, Betty and Tiff, the bear finally stops moving. The pieces of thorn that were wound all throughout it and within it dry up, fall away, and it slumps, unmoving. There's pieces of plant falling away from the dogs as well. They shake their heads, whimper, tuck their tail between their legs, and one by one they peel off and disappear into the forest, sticking close to their wounded companion. Drake totally did it, guys. And Arnold, you feel a connection to this shard of consciousness fall away. It's no longer reaching out, it's waiting with Drake. And all of you kind of walk back out of the dark cave. Maybe you pick up one of the cats that comes to you for comfort. But most of the critters kind of stream out of the cave. Maybe a few are left behind, wounded, but most of them are fine.
Comes out with like two different cats and see because I'm actually allergic to them too.
And Drake, you walk out, and everyone can see that gleam, that glamour around you that you had in the Fey world. It's back. There's a shine to your eyes, your hair. Those pointed ears are just slightly more noticeable. And up his arm and around his shoulder is this blooming vine of wild roses. And you have a moment to discuss.
Did we? Did we? Drake, are you?
Uh,
Is
this-
it? Is he possessed? Is he?
No, no, no. I'm fine. I promise. It's just let me explain. There were like animals and pets tangled up in it to where I couldn't just burn it away, and it's sort of sustaining on my energy right now, but I can't I can't do this for more than what a few hours, I think. Or it's not going to be long, but
Can you burn it? Can you burn it
I
now?
I have it like I can like I could just, I know I can kind of relate to it because it doesn't belong here and I'm probably going to be somewhere I don't belong, but I'm stuck with a choice. Like, I don't want to just take this home and take this to its home and not be able to just, that be it. But I could easily just burn it off, but I don't know what to do.
I think you should burn it off, Drake. It's a plant.
That's a consciousness. It has a mind.
Looks at It sort of looks at Betty like,
It's not a plant.
should I? Yeah,
But it is more
it
than a
has
plant.
thoughts and feelings, but
I'm sorry.
as I said, I wanted to go. I don't want to go so soon. I don't want to, like, it's a plant, but
You can't go so soon. We need time to prepare for you to go. We can't have you go now. It's
exactly. So
Can we just
I don't
bring it
just,
through the portal?
it won't. I mean, it's not. This isn't gonna make it a week like this.
No, but like
Both of, like,
send it through without you and then go in a
I
week.
can try. I don't know how that's gonna go, but I can try.
well, I have my water bottle. Maybe we could plant it in there and then send it through. Maybe that would work.
I don't think
It doesn't. It
As you
feeds off a
follow,
specific energy.
as you sense this tether, you know it's leading somewhere. And you remember Akonita's words that it was connected to this specific place in Feywild. And you don't think you could just chuck it through. You're gonna have to make a decision one way or another.
it felt like it wanted to go home. Is that what it's saying
I
to you?
wanna.
Is it saying anything?
So Drake, when you close your eyes for a moment and try to listen, it's not really saying anything. You definitely got that sense of urgency and hunger and being afraid. And when it reached you, you got a sense of, yeah, I got there. But it's not a human intelligence. It's not even an animal intelligence. It's just fragments.
I need to go. I need to go find my mom. I can't go without saying goodbye.
Wait, no.
And I need to do
Wait. You're.
things before
What
you
do you
guys go.
mean?
I need to
Wait.
set up a
You can't. What do you mean you can't go?
What do you think I mean?
I look. Shit. I.
I mean,
I know what I don't know. Like, I know what I want to do here, but it's impulse that got me in trouble, and I don't know if I should just do it again. But
Melody's gonna go and put a hand on Tiff and be like, we should give them a moment.
no, I need to go. If we only have a couple of hours, I need to go.
okay, we're not on the same page, so maybe we should talk a second. Because I was just like, my thought was just be done with this thing and just take my week. You know?
Arnold just said that it has
I know,
thoughts
but
and feelings, and
I know, but so do you. So does Tiff. So does Arnold. So do your parents. So do Mac and Larry and everybody. I hurt them once. I'm not doing it again. I hurt you once. I'm not doing it again.
it's still.
Can I interject for a second? I think Drake should burn it and you guys should take your week. There are preparations that need to be made. And Betty, you know your mom would freak out if you disappeared like we just did for a
Again.
week.
I mean, she's gonna
talk,
freak out
please.
anyway.
Let me talk,
yeah.
please.
But
Let me talk, please. Things with consciousnesses die for the greater good all the time. They do. And sometimes you just gotta pull the trigger. You just gotta get it done and over with and put it in the past and keep going and do what you gotta do to help everybody else, you know? And I think you should burn it.
You-
I think you should burn it.
Have you decided to go through with the deal, right?
Sitting and he's like, I do kind of want to go, but not now, not not this early. I want to be able to have closure and say goodbye, and I don't know, if need be, let people in my life cuss me out one last time. Mm. I think at this point he just sort of looks at the plan on his arm and he's just like, I'm I'm sorry. And then you
Could I
just sort of see
try
the
a thing first?
hmm,
Could I try a thing?
yeah. I think you stop
Um,
him right as his hand starts to spark. So,
yeah, he like
yeah,
nervously.
yeah.
Like he nervously looks and M just like okay. I am going to reach out with monster empathy again and see a thing. I don't think I don't think I will get anything out of this that we don't already know, but I have a thought still, so we'll
And
see.
what would make it so that this time you can understand more than last time? What do you do differently to glean some more out of this?
I think this time he actually touches it, for one. Like he goes up, he like places his hands on these vines, even if it has to sting him, then so be it. Like he tries to connect, and I guess what I want to see is because Drake says that he only got a few hours that he can keep this up, and I don't think that I can make a plant understand time, especially a plant from the Feywild. But the question, I guess, is what would they accept as good enough for now? That is one of the.
So I think when you touch this, you don't get a sense of it because it's not
Mhm.
reaching out anymore,
Yeah.
and it doesn't need to reach out anymore. So you press harder and you feel one of the thorns press at
Mm.
your skin. And you said that you would let it pierce you if it needed.
Yes.
So you press and it hurts, but the thorns are sharp.
Mm.
And I would like you to take one harm armor piercing.
Yes.
And as you do that, it's not reaching out to you anymore, but you can kind of try to break in.
I'm the one reaching out this time.
And you immediately snag onto that connection that is feeding it right now. And you can feel it running through Drake, through to
Yeah.
somewhere else. But you can also feel the strain of it. And you
Mm.
know that no one can hold it on for long.
Yeah.
But it is what it needs to stay alive.
Yeah.
So this shiver of consciousness, it doesn't want anything anymore. It doesn't know that it's going somewhere. It just knows that it was hungry and now it's not.
It's at peace, in other words.
Yes.
He pulled back and he sighs a little bit. It's rubbing the little of his finger, probably, or hand, where he stung himself. The sense I get is it doesn't. It is calm now. It it was hungry and acting entirely on instinct, and I don't think there was much else than instinct in that.
So
I
it's
don't. I'm not sure. It doesn't know if it's going anywhere. It is just peaceful right now.
so it's almost like more of an animal than
Not the.
We're animals.
I wouldn't describe it as an animal.
yeah. I mean, just more
It's a. It's an.
more. I
Yes.
don't know the word, but I'm.
What do you do, Drake?
It is your life, Drake. You. I. I don't know. You have to make a choice. The choice there. He kinda takes a step back now.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Going to
Can't hear you.
if unless any of you can change my mind, I know what I'm gonna do.
Is it burning it? Because I think you should burn it.
I mean, yeah.
Good.
You feel the energy travel up your arm in that familiar way, and it sparks in the hand that the plant is curled around.
I think I close my eyes. I don't even look as I do this. Like, just
And
I'm sorry.
even though this plant is just green and healthy, it catches like a piece of flesh paper. And in a moment, it sparks up and it's just ashes floating away on the wind. That connection you felt to the portal has snapped again now that there's nothing to tether it to. And you know you make the right decision. Either decision would have been the right decision. You are the guardian of this place, the guardian of this gate. You can't save everything. You can't save everyone. You just get to make the decisions that you can live with. And you have made everyone in Lake Wonder and in this forest safe again. And as the ashes flutter away on the wind, we zoom out, see it blow over the forest, and in the distance, there's the town of Lake Wonder, where you will all be heading back to. You are welcomed with open arms and a lot of stress. You quickly learn Tiff is very loud about her her insistence that it was all her fault. But you quickly learn that you are not the only people who've been missing. There were some people, they went out, some park rangers and some hunters, to hunt a bear that had presumably attacked a jogger that had gone disappearing the same day as 4 kids went disappearing. And not all of them came back. And those that came back were feverish and tried to lash out, and they were kept sedated as people worked frantically to find out what could cause this strange behavior. A couple more people got lost. They couldn't be found. But in the days after you got back, people came wandering out of the forest, were found, were taken in, were treated, all had similar stories of a fog coming over their mind, searching for something but not knowing what. And in the end, it gets written up as a strange infection of sorts. Pollution, maybe. One of the park rangers that was infected, Lacey, puts forward that actually there has been some pollution lately in the forest. We don't know how it interacted with anything. And a deeper investigation is started into the True Psych Corporation and whether they have done something that might have gotten into the water supply somehow or found some other way to cause this strange and terrifying incident. The four of you quickly realize that you can just, play dumb and just go along like, oh no, yeah, oh no, yeah, no, wandering, foggy, yeah, totally. And
We're
you
gonna play along with that.
kind of get to be swept up in the relief mission and come back to your worried and grateful guardians. And I would like to take a little moment with all of you as a little epilogue, and then Betty and Drake can decide if that epilogue will include one or either of them stepping through the portal. So to give you a little bit more time, we'll start with Tiff. Tiff, your bomb worked really well, but you don't have a ray gun that you're working on anymore. What you do have is a new little assistant, since Kepler doesn't seem quite eager to go back to his early retier ways. And what you also have is a very worried and very relieved aunt who hugs you crying as you come back. Then lets go of you. It's like, sorry, I know you don't like that.
Oh, I like it. I thought you didn't like it. I didn't want to.
And then she just hugs you again and doesn't stop hugging you. And she's just saying, my girl, my darling girl, I'm so glad you're safe. For a moment I thought you ran away. And I'm so sorry that I even thought that. But then the police came and they say there were more people missing. And it's just more of that. She's very happy you're back.
Auntie Esther, I wouldn't run away. I like it here. It's different than home. I like it here.
And she
I wouldn't
stops
run
again.
away.
And she says, I know I can't even give you a room in the house. And I'm so sorry. And you're such a good girl. You're so. You take care of yourself. And I try not to forget that you're still young. And you shouldn't have to take care of yourself. But I'm sorry that I forget sometimes.
It's okay. Thank you for trying.
And I'll be better. You can always come to me and talk about anything.
Are you sure?
Yes. I've I've talked to my manager and it might be tight, but Drew agreed to take up a summer job as well. Find a little side gig at least, and I'm gonna pick up less shifts at work, and I'll have more time to be here for you. Okay?
You don't have to. You don't have to do that.
I know, but I want to because I care about you.
Really?
Yes. And she's just crying and hugging you again.
Tiff like sobs into her shirt. It's.
And I think you guys stayed like that for a while. And there's quite a lot of anxiety that comes out, and all these things that you've kind of talked around, and you both assumed that the other one wouldn't want to talk around, and maybe both of you wanted to be like, oh no, gotta give them space, gotta let them come to me. But now through this shock, Esther's found that there's a lot she wants to tell you actually, and she doesn't care if doesn't care if it's scary. And she tells you she loves you. And she tells you she's so grateful that you're here. And that she's gonna make more time for you. All of you. As a family, are the words she uses.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm just glad you're back. And I think after that, because talking about all these emotions does not come too natural to her as well, she's kind of like, oh, well, let me fix up some dinner. And some of the weight goes off it, and she fixes dinner, starts talking about maybe getting you a proper mattress. That she's been asking around if anyone had any guest rooms that they didn't use anymore, and that they could
I
they
like
could
I
fix.
like the shed. I really do.
You can like the shed, but that bed is a disgrace. I'm sorry. And
Okay.
maybe we should build a doghouse for your animal.
Okay.
And I know you didn't want to, but we could take it to the vet for checkup.
I don't know if the vet would understand that he ate radioactive waste under the house.
Darling, I told you before, there's no radioactive waste underneath the house.
There was. He was eating it.
And she looks at Kepler, and Kepler, who was following this conversation very intently, the moment it looks at her, goes back to lick his butt, and is like, I'm a normal rat dog. Yes, sirree. And you sort of giggle, and the evening passes into maybe one with a bit more normalcy than you've had so far in your time here. Is there anything you would like to do?
Yeah, actually. I did mention it to you before, but Tiff, as soon as like it's nighttime and she's out in the shed about to go to bed again, uh, instead of going to sleep, she spends a lot of time just researching, doing what she can, because she doesn't know what decision Drake and Betty are going to make.
Mm-hmm.
But if they do end up going, she wants to be prepared to be able to communicate with them, uh, especially because even if maybe they don't want to talk to her, there are people here who want to talk to them.
Yeah. You immediately get the sense that this is going to be a project that's going to take longer than a week,
Mhm.
but there are definitely options. And you build a fucking laser bomb, so what's a little cross dimensional communication after that? Arnold,
Yes.
you are also warmly welcomed back by your mom,
Yeah.
who was very worried and who keeps repeating, like, I don't like you spending all that time out in the woods, but I'm just glad you're back home safe.
Sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I
And yeah,
no, I'm sorry. I didn't plan to be away for that long. I wouldn't.
of course you didn't. I never thought you did.
Hey. Um how have you been okay? Um have oh
I've been worried sick, but.
mm,
And she hugs you,
oh,
and there's some crying.
yeah.
And you do get the sense that she's mostly just very happy to have you back. And a part of her wants to forbid you to go out. But and you do get the conversation straying in that direction from time to time. But she never quite doubles down on it. And you get the sense that she might be a little afraid of what you might do when she presses that. So she's just fussing and
Mhm.
welcoming you home and maybe avoiding some more difficult conversations for the moment.
Does it seem like she is sort of circling the conversation about just how strange it was
I think she's
at all?
mostly circling the conversation of you spending time out alone
Ah, yeah.
because it was all
I
very
am.
strange, but
Mm,
it was not just you. It was not just your group of friends. And she follows the news well enough to bitch about uh
yeah.
the pollutants and we don't know what's in our water and now there's all these companies just throwing things in there because they think they can.
The mom group on Facebook is going wild, guys.
Definitely. And she's also concerned with her book club because the jogger that had gone missing was part of the book club. But
Oh,
she's
yeah.
also wandered back in from the from the woods, has some very strange wounds on her arms and legs, like something like a mat with nails in it was wrapped around it and then dragged her along. And you might have an
Yeah.
idea what that did.
Arnold, that's like the thing. Arnold keeping so careful with his choice of words
Hmm.
because he doesn't want to give away just how much he knows
So I
about
think
it.
things are awkward, and you're both talking around things, but mostly she's just happy to have you back, and
Yeah.
she's trying to give you a sense of okay, I'm going to trust you to make the safe decisions,
Yeah.
and I will see you on time tonight.
Yeah. Is it okay if Marlo comes over again?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
She
They
they
they go by any, I think.
I don't
Like
well I asked them to
six of
explain it and they just said I like all of them, so that
eh,
wasn't
y-
I
you
don't keep up
can.
with all those new
It's okay.
fangled, but I'll try.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is your friend is very welcome here and
Okay.
I'll make something nice.
Yeah, they really liked the sandwiches you made last time.
And
The
if you
one
want, we can
hmm,
we can invite their parents as well.
looks away a little bit awkwardly. Um, that Arnold is thinking of like, how do I lie my way out of this
Or
one?
if it's not that serious yet, it can wait.
Wait,
I
what?
don't want to pressure. I asked last time, when you went to your room, I asked them, so are you together? And they said, oh yes, very much so. Was that um? I don't mean to pry. I I don't want to be that kind of parent. Um, I you're a responsible young man, and I know that the last time we had this conversation, it was awkward for you. Um, it's just I know there's all these things on the internet, and I don't want you to believe everything you read on the internet, and I don't want you to think or feel like you have to do something to prove that you really like someone. But if I'm here, if you have questions, you can always ask me. Timer, we can't hear
Sure.
you from behind your hands.
Uh, yeah, there is like, sure, thanks, no, please. Then like final like a deep breath and breathes out again, and it's like, um, their parents aren't exactly in Lake Wonder. It's complicated, so that wouldn't be an option.
Well, they're welcome regardless.
Okay, I'm going to go now. Um,
Okay, yeah, I'll get started on dinner. Have fun, dear. And I'm guessing at some point you have a conversation with Marlo about what it means to be together.
yeah, what does this mean for your people? Because or did you quote it from a TV from what you saw in a TV show? Did you mean it literally?
And Marlo is
And then
just like, your mom asked us if we're together, and we're together often.
and all of it's like yeah, and all like exhales a little bit and just like leans back against this the wall a long while for a moment of silence because he kind of had a feeling that it was the very literal well yeah we are literally together here right now
Was that
sense.
was that the wrong
No,
answer?
no, it um so you remember the thing about how humans are often not exactly very direct about things?
Oh yes, it's very difficult. But
Yeah, well, when she asked if we were together, she meant it in a very specific way. Uh,
still a blank face.
yeah, and Arnold is just like dying here because now he has to explain it, and the more he's like kind of want to crawl away and be like, no, and then he's like, it's like, uh, yeah, so there is there is mm, I don't even know how to explain this. When she asked if we were together, she didn't mean if we were hanging out,
Mm-hmm.
like we are now. She meant if we were.
Married?
The kiss goes like
Mm.
completely red, and pauses for a very long time, and then it's like, yeah, I mean more like the thing before married, I think. But I guess that
Oh,
like
dating.
yeah.
Oh, we're not dating. Um, I guess I'll
Oh,
tell her next time. Or are are we are we dating? Can't hear you. I think there might be a sound thing.
no, that
Ah,
is me
you're
making
back.
noises. I was literally making weird noises,
Ah,
stuttering.
the mic doesn't pick that up.
Oh, I think Crisp is like, no, I will not
Ah,
let this one sit through.
Crisp is like, this does not sound like talking.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, we haven't exactly had a conversation about that, I guess, and I haven't. I mean, before you date someone, you generally ask them out, and there is this whole thing about having a romantic feeling, and I, oh my god,
So
I'm making this so weird. They just sink down.
is that
They pull like first best pillow and place it on top of their
oh
face.
oh and they start petting your shoulders. It's okay. We don't have to talk about it. I was just curious.
No, it's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it weird.
So it 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 would be weird.
I mean, no. n- no, what? Uh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
This is probably just one of those human things that takes longer to understand, right?
Pulls the pillow down a little bit and glances over and is like, it's a bit and say something very muffled at first and realize that they literally cannot be heard at all, and begrudgingly pulls the pillow down even if it means showing their entirely red face, and they look at Marla for a while and then they look away and then kind of do this like half look, like so that they can kind of see them in the corner of their eye directly looking at them, and it's like um,
And they kind of like turn their head around until they're in front of you again.
oh my god.
What is it?
No, I don't. Um, what are those things like for you?
Those things?
I mean, guess we haven't spoken about it. I don't know if uh, you and your people
Hmm,
date.
I don't. And in the past, you've asked questions about their people before.
Yeah.
And that's the point where they're often kind of trail off or find something else to talk
Yeah.
about, where like, oh, gee, I don't know English.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I don't know if I have much of a people. I think, you know how you said that the plant came from somewhere and there's other things there.
Yeah.
I think I might have been taken from somewhere, but
Well,
I don't remember what it was before. So I'm sorry I don't know enough things.
no, that's okay. I'm I'm sorry you've been so lonely here.
And I kind of flop and drop their head in your lap as you're sometimes sitting when you're reading, and they say, okay, you tell me about dating later, and then you can also explain to me about healthcare, because I still don't get it. But
Oh, oh,
maybe we can just watch a show first, and then tomorrow I'll come
no.
by your house again.
Yeah. Mom said she was going to make dinner if you wanted some.
I love dinner.
I know.
And the
They kind of,
conversations stray back
yeah.
into more comfortable subjects for both of you.
Things that are less awkward and
Less
less.
awkward. Betty, your
Yeah.
homecoming is
Yeah.
a lot,
Yeah.
and
And for a change, I think she like lets it happen because she absolutely needs just all those hugs and all that feeling cared about and feeling and all that warmth, and she's crying so much, and they probably misconstrue it about as crying for what happens, but she's crying
absolutely.
because in that moment, like that moment when she panics, when she thought there would only be a couple of hours before Drake left, there was no doubt in her mind of the fact that she was going to, and she knows she's going to leave these people, and she's sort of already missing them and already mourning for the hurt she's going to cause them.
And I think you do notice that whenever your mom gets a bit too overbearing and starts going into the direction of, I don't know what you were thinking going out alone, that your dad steps in. And he doesn't have to say much, but you do get the sense that they've had some conversations in the time you were gone, and that they're going to be a bit more deliberate in how they engage with you. And you get a sense that they're trying to put a bit more trust into you, even though it's very hard and very scary.
I think I'm gonna let it be for the night and sort of honestly just enjoy being home, probably enjoying her mom's cupcakes more than she ever thought she would, and then like not sleep that night at all and steel herself for the conversation she knows she'll need to have in the morning
And I think
because she's decided to tell them everything.
that first evening, you're you have to carry Timmy around for a whole bunch of the time because he's just clinging to you like a little koala.
If sometimes she moves him to the back so that he can do things on the front,
And it kind of
and
becomes
then
a game
it
for him.
starts and then it starts choking.
And he tries to climb onto your shoulders to sit on your shoulders, and then he kicks a cup off the counter, and you are told like, be careful, the two of you. So this conversation, when it does happen, what does it look like?
I think that morning she hasn't slept much,
Mhm.
and she keeps, whenever she sort of nods off, she keeps waking up. So she knows exactly when her parents will get up. And she knows exactly that they'll take a moment to have just first a shower and then a cup of coffee together before they wake up the kids. And she'll go downstairs as they're having their coffee and she'll sit them down and she'll tell them, she'll say, I I need to tell you what really happened. And it's going to, you're going to hate it. And then she launches into the story. And she ends by saying that she's going to go.
And I think during the story, at some point, several points, Susan kind of gears up to start interrupting and talking, and Carl shuts her down every time, like, no, not yet, we're gonna listen first. And then at the end, as you describe how Drake is gonna go away, you first see like a look of compassion on her face, and she's reaching out to try and comfort you. And then the next sentence out of your mouth is, I think I'm going to. And that look kind of falls away. She freezes.
As she reached out, I took her hand and I'm holding on to it.
And she starts shaking her head. It's like, no, no. But Betty, absolutely not.
I'm sorry, Mom. I want to learn. I need to learn. It's not just
You can you
I
can
wanna
learn.
go with Drake, but it's not just that.
You can learn in a university, darling.
I know, and I will. I'll be back in a year, and I will. But this, I get to, Mom. I get to explore a whole new society.
This is ridiculous.
I know.
This is dangerous. You're just a child.
I know.
I'm not letting you do this.
To go over to hug her. Because I know that this is an argument. I'm not going to like. There's
she
no
does hug you kind of
conclusion to this argument.
absent-mindedly, and she's like, "I'm so sorry, darling. I know you really want to go, but you realize you can't, right?"
I can.
And all this time, Carl hasn't said anything yet, and he's
I'm going
quiet.
to look over and meet his eyes.
And you know your father as a calm, soothing presence in your life, and you can see him tearing up, and he's trying to swallow it back, but he's not quite succeeding. And he says, Betty, I know you think you know what you want, but it's not gonna be just a year. It's you're gonna leave us for what did you say, 18 years? You, Betty, I know you feel like you don't have a choice, but
I do have a choice, but I want this.
it's okay to want things. But at this age, I don't think you can make a decision like that. It's too big.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks, Susan and him looking at each other and kind of nod, and they are gathering up steam and are like, look, we don't want to have to do this, but we're your parents and it's our responsibility to protect you.
My grandparents let you go, Mom.
And that hits her. And she falls quiet for a bit. That's completely different. That's wait, I I could come back. I could come back. And besides, the circumstances were different because I had to look after you.
Yeah.
It's you're not going. And I think right now I want you to roll to manipulate someone to see how well this next back and forth is going to go, because
Mhm.
this is going to take a couple of hours and days, this conversation. It's going to go back and
Yeah.
forth. They're going to try to keep it from your baby brothers. But it's
I'm lucking. I'm gonna luck this.
love that. So
This is a thing she can't know.
as your parents are treating you as if they know better than you can feel something within you try to claw out, and you're angry, and you want to yell at them, and part of you wants to go like icy quiet and be like, you trust me less than you trusted yourself at this age, and you want to just ice them out and then be like, okay, I'll sneak out. All of these options go through your head, but in the end, what you choose, take a breath, and to talk, to really talk. And I think one of the conversations starts out argumentative, but you end up really going into what you hope to get from that library. And at first, they keep bringing it back to Drake, and you don't have to follow him, and you haven't known him for that long. But you bring it back to there is heritage here,
There's
that
stuff I want to do.
there's stuff you want to do.
And it's not. It's. It's not. If it was just Drake, I wouldn't go. Not after. Not after this. I wouldn't. But it's a whole new society that for centuries people haven't seen, haven't interacted with, and I get to find out not just about them, but about us, about our heritage and our society before it is what it's now, to find out why we're here and why we're living the way we do, and I get to be custodian of that heritage.
And I think at some point, this is a conversation that runs into the small hours of the night. Susan starts quietly crying as you're talking,
I go and hug.
and Carl hugs her, and you keep talking. And eventually, she talks a little, just a little, about what it was like growing up and how there's always been unanswered questions, and snippets of information, snippets of stories. But at least the family where she came from, it was not, it was never a full story. And no one ever thought it would be again. And in the end, she can understand why you want to go and see how it would make you better, and how you can bring something more back. And the position she lands at is, I still don't want you to, and I wish you would stay here. And
I know.
I think you should stay here. I think it's better to stay here. But she won't stop you.
I know. And I get that. I do, Mom. I get that. And I love you all, you both so much. Please don't think I don't. I just
And I think the next couple of days are awkward in a way. But at some point, something clicks within her, and the protective drive kind of turns into, should you bring a tent? Do you have enough books? What if you buy a solar charger so you can keep track, and then we can bring you an library, and
that's a great idea.
she and Carl take you to the camping store and get you all these gadgets and stuff and a good backpack and clothes you can fold really small. And she starts cooking meals, and she figured out how to dry them in the oven. So she's just amassing like a steady supply of dehydrated meals.
I'm going to need so many of your cupcakes, Mom, because I'm going to,
Well,
I
sweetie,
have to
you
let
should have
them
thought of
taste
that.
them.
Should have thought of that
No,
before you
but
wanted to leave, because cupcakes cannot be dehydrated.
I know, but I'm gonna take them and then give them to the elves when we get there, and then they'll know what you have to offer, and like they'll be good.
Yes, I'm sure the elves will have a lot of fun with my cupcakes.
Everyone loves your cupcakes.
And she does end up cooking a huge batch of cupcakes. Do you take them? Do you tell your brothers exactly where you're going? Or is it more of a general, I'm gonna go away on a trip for a long time, but I'll be back?
I think she talks about it with her parents for a while, and she sort of explains it as going abroad.
Yeah.
To learn.
Yeah. And
just how abroad she's like, I don't know that.
Just coming up with like a very
to-
backwards European country that doesn't have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, something like that. Like her, like her brother, like especially Timmy telling everyone that his sister is in fairyland is probably not the best of ideas.
Yeah. And your mother is very much in favor of not telling the complete story. But
Like just to protect them as well.
yeah. As that is happening, Drake, what does your week look like? I think when you get
Think-
back, you immediately get pulled up in a bear hug by Kim,
Hmm.
and then you feel Mac and Larry just glomp on, and it's the biggest group hug, and they're just
Hmm.
really trying to squeeze you.
Oh.
And I think there's crying and welcoming you back. But I also think
Yeah.
that out of all the people who missed people, these ones kind of knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Because Mac was like, and he's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what to tell Mrs. Lewis, and so I didn't tell anything. I was going to eventually, really, but she's just very intimidating. And I didn't have
Yeah.
any answers, and it was my fault that you were out there in the first place.
Yeah, we got the story straight and all that, but
Because you fixed it,
There's
right?
a
You solved it.
yeah, but I've kind of got to talk to you all about something.
And you sit them down.
Yeah.
And how do you bring it?
It's like, well, let's just say I'm gonna be like going away for a while.
Why? What for?
Just uh,
You're not going back to that asshole, are you?
huh? No, 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 no. It's much farther than that,
Well,
honestly.
you're gonna follow Betty to Tennessee after all?
Well, it's more kind of, but not really. This is more of a okay, you know what? Let's cut the bullshit. You know what I can do,
Yeah,
and
magic and shit.
in the process of this, I kind of realized, what I actually am and why I can do it, and
Dude, are you like
I'm
Mothman or something?
not quite. I'm believe it or not, I'm half Fae.
No, really. What are you?
No, no, like I am dead serious, and I sort of like pull my hair back to sort of grow and show off the ears, and
Fucking hell, that's
yeah,
like
so
Lord of the
I'm
Rings.
sort of, but with more of that,
Okay, no, that is pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, and
and
they kind of punch you on
I
the
mean,
shoulder. Good on you
yeah, I
for
mean,
figuring it out. And in
yeah,
the back,
and I'll be back next year, so
him has kind of
it's
narrowed eyes.
uh-oh.
What aren't you telling us?
Uh, I mean, I'm just, and then he just sort of like spills like everything, like just purely spills his fucking guts about the whole situation and tells the whole story.
And I think the mood gets slightly less jovial after that.
Yeah.
And Mac is leaning kind of in a direction like, so you're gonna get to like meet your family or what?
I mean, maybe that'd be nice, I think, you
Get
know.
some power ups, but it's a long time, man.
I know it was not not a smart decision at the time, but I kind of want to, like I'm curious and
Do you tell the part about how everyone will be hunted if you don't go?
I think I've conveniently left that part out.
Ah, okay.
Like, conveniently
Yeah,
forgot
Betty as
that.
well,
Like
actually. Like that
that
bit doesn't know.
So because you left that part out, Kim is still slightly suspicious, and she's like, "So you made a deal with this woman? That's
yeah.
bad. That's bad business, right? She didn't
Uh yeah, but
not forcing you into this, right? Like you really want this?
I mean I do want this, but I will say, there would be repercussions if I didn't, and let's leave it at that,
What? How
since
do you
I've
mean?
made the
Let's leave
deal.
it at that. Let's not leave it at that.
It's oh god damn it,
You
Kim.
knucklehead. What did you do?
I agreed to stay. But if I
And
go
these
back on my
repercussions?
deal,
Uh huh.
let's just if I go back on my deal, it's not gonna be good for any of us.
Okay, yeah, let's go into details actually.
God damn it.
God, you're goddamn strike.
Okay.
We
Okay.
let you out of our sight for a week, and you come back with a deal that will have darkly
Okay.
dire repercussions that you don't want to talk about. But no, you're totally not being coerced. What the fuck, man?
Here. Oh wait. Okay. So I didn't exactly know that was the repercussions when I took the deal, but now that I'm
Like you're killing
and
me, dude.
again, I want to, but he just finally just spills the whole thing about they're gonna, they're gonna hunt if Yeah, and I'm not gonna do that to anyone.
Mm.
Even though I have friends who think we can take them, that's not the point.
I think the mood gets more grim after that, and especially Kim is repeatedly telling you like you don't have to do this if you don't want to. We can talk to your
But I
friends,
kinda want to. It's-
and I think you do eventually convince them because you seem sincere in actually wanting
I get them all wasted one night, like drinks on Drake.
to. That helps, and I think they will start getting a little maudlin, and part of it is jokes like, well, at least we don't have to wake up the garbage bag smell again when it's Drake's turn to empty the trash. But then there's also things like, Drake, if you're gone, we're have to pay more rent again. It's gonna be really hard for us. And Drake, if you're gone, who's gonna lift the car when we need to change a tire? And lots of little digs that let you know that they don't really want you to go, but they do get it.
Yeah.
So when the two of you, in a week, head to the portal, do you take your friends and family, or do you say goodbye at the forest
I
edge?
don't I don't think I'm gonna have a choice in that one. But specifically, I also want to text Arnold and Tiff and ask them to come as well.
I think you could bullshit your way out of it because with your
Yeah,
luck, you rolled a 12. You could definitely be like, oh no, Faye rules, blah blah.
I don't think she wants to at all.
Okay, so you take your mom and your dad, but not your little brothers.
Yeah, I
Sure.
hug those like way too much until especially Max is endlessly complaining about it.
Um, I think Robin and Lucky very much want to make it home, but I don't think they make it with the time issue, which especially Robin really hates. You do get a lot of information and a lot of it formatted into encrypted books with passwords sent on the different channels, several long phone conversations.
Betty promises to make like tons of notes for Lucky and to do
And
proper research and write it out. And
I think Lucky gets it while you're leaving. I might have to ask Taima if Robin gets it.
Robin does get it. Like as I said before, it's a very much a case of they don't want it and want him to leave, and much like they told Drake in their conversation, it's like even if you don't leave now, doesn't mean it would be a no forever. So make sure that this is a choice you make and not a choice you make because you want to protect us. Like the entire thing. And I
Yeah,
think that's something that Robin brings up again and again in conversation in a case of making sure that he wants this and that he
yeah.
is not doing this to protect anyone. Because if he is doing it to protect anyone, they will personally go there and drag his ass back. And that is.
And I think
And I feel like in the background saying like, and they are not even lying.
I think Drake does manage to convince them of that in hectic
Yeah, yeah,
phone
no,
calls in between all the other things they have to get ready, and
yeah.
then
Robin is very supportive data side. Like
yeah,
it's that. Mhm.
so lots of information your guys' way,
Yeah.
and then you arrive at Circle, and as you turn from the path into the little tiny path that will lead you to the the portal, everyone but Betty and Drake kind of start getting confused and like, where were we going again? But when Drake insists, everyone kind of snaps out of it. You lead everyone into the little glade, and in the middle of the circle, you can see a person, but it's like an echo of a person, like a hologram made out of moonlight. So you get the sense that this is someone communicating through the portal, but not physically there. And when you get close to Drake, they turn around. They're quite short, got little horns and hair that at first glance looks like dreads, but at second glance it's a bit too stiff, and you realize it's actually roots growing from their head. And when they see you, their eyes light up. You can see that even though they're like a hologram. True, there's really a guardian. Wow. That's I believe the invitation was for 2 people.
I wave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, oh, apologies. My name is Wheatgrass, and
Hi.
I heard you talked to Akunita, and I know she can be challenging. So, if there's any questions you want to ask before coming over, I'll
Could we?
try to answer them.
You're talking through the portal now, right?
Yes.
Could we do that as well when we're there?
Short answer, not sure. This is mostly because there's a guardian on that side.
Ah,
Oh yes, a human child.
Um, what if we were able to make like a mailbox and like
letters?
like letters and packages and talking through it?
I. It's been a while since we had a stable portal, and it's actually easier than I expected to even do this. So it sounds like
What if we like were able to combine science and magic and have it work stronger that way? Like it,
I.
there
I'm
has
gonna
to be
run
a way.
over
There has
to. I'm gonna run over to hug Tiff,
there has to be a
and
way.
I whisper in her ear, We're gonna find a way. We're smart. We can do it."
Yeah, but I'm afraid if we don't do it now, there's never going to be a chance. And 18 years is a really long time.
I know. 18 years is a really long time, and I'm gonna use it to find a way to talk to you guys. And you're super smart. So even in a year, you're gonna find a way too. And we're gonna do that, okay? And we're gonna talk, and we're gonna be friends again.
I don't want to. 3 months without talking to you was so hard. I don't know how I'm going to do it for a year. I can't do it for a year.
I know. I'm sorry.
Are you little don't? You kind of seem to
Yeah,
match the. Well, you could
yeah.
come too if you wanted.
I can't. I
Yeah,
have things to do here.
I'm sorry.
No,
I did.
I'm not
Yeah,
trying.
I
I'm
didn't
not
mean
trying
to.
to be mean.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
I'm
to
not
be.
trying to be mean.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm sorry.
There are things I have to do here.
Yeah,
Like
I understand. I don't, forget that
I
I
have
asked.
some strong suspicions about one of my bigger investigations, and
Yeah,
I have to
totally.
graduate from.
Yeah, I'm
If
just
anybody in this
here.
group does, I have to graduate from high school.
Yeah, I'm just
So
here for the Guardian. Really.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's like we have to figure out a way. And if it takes me like sitting here for days, I'll do it, and I'll do anything.
I'm
I've-
sure we'll figure out the way.
I don't know anything about this sort of thing, but
I don't mean to ask too much. Do you know anyone who does?
um, I not from the top of my head, but I'm sure we could. There's a lot of people, a lot of people interested in there being a real guardian again, so it's gonna be busy. The court's gonna be filled again. It's been empty for so long. You guys are gonna be popular. So
That's weird.
I'm
But
sure there's someone.
we're gonna figure it out. Promise, okay?
We have to. I don't know what
We
to
have
do. We can't.
Well,
We're
And,
gonna
Tip
and
hugs
I think
the hell out of
there's
Betty.
a lot of more teary goodbyes and long-winded talks and an extra box of cupcakes, and Betty's just there with like a big backpack and lots of bags.
so many bags, so many bags. Probably several people are like carrying bags at this point.
But
Oh,
in the
that's
end,
all.
you do step through the portal, and
Hand in
as you
hand.
wave, Drake, this familiar feeling, you feel it surge up to you, and you pull it through again, and you open the portal. And in a while, you guys will walk through the Feylands. Maybe you will visit the original bush of the Feverthorn Rose. You will see what a full Fey court looks like. Betty will get to dive into the library of the Woodland Crafters. And Drake, he may not even be knowing what he's looking for. Maybe we'll find it, maybe he won't. But there's another place where you're not quite at home, and yet it's familiar. And you two have each other, and you find your place. Eventually, that will happen. For now, though, Drake starts up the portal, and you drift through it, and immediately it feels like there's something wrong. There's something pushing at you from all sides, something foreign, something that wasn't there before, something that should not be there. And you gather up all your strength and pull yourselves through. And as you come out the other side, you get thrown on the ground, your bag scattered, and all this force that was pushing, that was trying to reach you, that was trying to claw at you, gets shoved back into the portal. And you end up with a circle of flattened and singed grass as you take a breath, and the portal has collapsed behind you. Something is coming from for Lake Wonder, and you cannot get a message to anyone. Back in the glade, everyone left behind sees something similar to this, but it's not as violent. It's just a feedback. All the grass is flattened and the mushrooms scattered. There's a sense of disquiet, but without more information. Eventually, everyone prefers to think this is probably just what something like this is like. And they go back home, none the wiser. And that's it for Violent Delights. Tune in at the end of March, I think, is the planning now. Does anyone know what the name will be? Of
I think it was a future uncertain.
Yeah, future uncertain.
season
like what
3 of
the-
Lake Wonder. A
Not
future
quite.
No,
Uns-
it's season 7, I
Yeah.
think.
Season
Yeah,
7?
this is
Yeah, it's
yeah.
just-
I thought
it's
the
just
other
that
things
the-
didn't count as seasons.
It's Cody's third season, but it's season 7.
Oh, Cody's third
Yeah.
season, but the overall season 7 of Lake Wonder, A Future Uncertain.
Yeah.
If you want to know
Man.
what's coming for Lake Wonder, be sure to tune in then. For
We
now,
all know.
thanks for staying with us through this long episode, but we had to wrap it up this time. And I am M. I have been your keeper. You can find me at rafflingdraws.tumblr.com, where I occasionally remember to upload drawings. RB.
Yeah. I'm RB. I was playing Tiff. You can find me at Paper Cut Sunset. Basically anywhere. If you go to Wattpad, I have a bunch of novels up, and we're nearing the end of this one called Unfinished Business, which is about like hunting monsters. And you should probably see me during Future Uncertain. Yeah, Tiff again. It's a Tiff singularity.
Fishy.
I have if I unmuted, but yeah, I have been Fishy, and I was for the last time in a while Drake Galloway, the Chosen. So yeah, sort of bittersweet, but cool.
Return in a year, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, what
Gee.
is maybe like Wonder?
Yeah, who knows? I'm Ginny, and I've been playing Betty, and yeah, this is the last time she's gonna turn up for a while as well, because she's got a whole different journey to do. And you can find me on Ginny Foss on most of the interwebs. I have a Tumblr, I have a Twitter, I have a Discord. I'm like rarely active on Tumblr and Twitter, but you know, sometimes I am. And there's also a Lake Wonder Tumblr for people who would like to follow it.
Ooh.
So that might be fun.
And what is that called?
lakewonder.tumblr.com.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. And last but not least, Taima.
Hi. I'm Taima, and I played the paramedic Arnold, who isn't sure whether or who made the choice not to get too into the not get too deep into the conversation whether or not what they are doing is dating or not, because it got too embarrassing, and he was about to pass out from all the blood rushing to his face. But that's besides the point. Totally not a big deal or anything. And oh my god, I can't believe my mom believes we're dating. I, however, am Taima. Go by Daydam. You can find me at Taima Time on Twitter, Taima Creative on Instagram, and when I remember to upload things once in a while, Taima's Art on Tumblr, also when I remember. Taima something. It's probably me, maybe. I don't know. There's probably more Taimas out there. And I know for a fact that Tiff and Ola probably definitely exchanged a look when that happened. They know that no, there's no way.
Yeah, they've been through this portal. That's not normal.
That's not what is supposed to happen.
Well,
Oh,
that's
boy.
something for Cody to figure out.
Indeed.
see.
For now, we were Lake Wonder. This was Violent Delights. Thank you very much, and a good day, good night, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world and when you are
Yes,
watching
thank
this.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
you much. Bye.
I'm waving.